Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed, and we are in the Sock and Jesus book. My goodness, what an absolute banger. Last time, we have, I have to turn up my fan. So last time we explored the different categories of causes. Causes we are using as the fulcrum, as the expression, as one of the expressions of the intelligible structure of reality. Intelligible means understandable and knowable. It's a fun word. It sounds cool. Intelligible, right?
Dead-eyed, and I don't use this kind of terminology like dimwit.
No, I'm not a dimwit.
Dumbass.
Intelligible is a fun word. And what we are doing is doing an understanding, which in principle is to reflect upon the model using your capacity to A, reflect, that's called ousia, and B, with words. Those are the two fundamental abilities that we have that makes us evolved to the level of dimension that we can participate in. We can participate in a greater dimension of reality, more so than caterpillars, cows, and cabbages, because of these qualities. Understanding makes use of it, in particular when we reflect upon the model. We can also use understanding to reflect upon deviations from that model or to look downward. We can use understanding to address our problems, and it turns out that our problems are simply a result of misusing those two things. Misusing ousia and logos, or our capacity for thinking, understanding, in a cognitive function called belief. Instead of reflecting on self and reality, we're reflecting on our images of our earliest teachers. And without doing so with words or language or reasoning, it's a wordless conclusion we came to about our parents in early childhood that gave us about ourself and reality, to take the blame for their ignorance and injustice because we were dependent upon these people and stuck in their house. So, and as a result of this, we sacrifice our highest functioning and we accept a limitation on our own selves, our functioning and our development. And that limitation also, there's two things. You get the limitation on your development, but you also have to stomach the pill that your own thinking is flawed. Because a false belief is in opposition to understanding. If you understand something, why would you have to believe someone else? It's not only in opposition to understanding, it's also opposed to our other higher cognitive function, knowing. The two aspects of intelligibility, understanding and knowing. If you know it, again, why would you have to believe some other jabroni? And of course, it's opposed to self, because you come to the conclusion that I could never have thought that what I was doing, which was actually good, and about my development, I could never have come to the conclusion that that was bad. But here are my parental figures stopping me and blaming me for it. There must be something wrong with myself. So, to make use of our ousia and logos is understanding, and that can look up to the model of understanding, which is mind itself, and that upward looking, or anagogic, fun word, reflection is formally meditation. It's the ideal of meditation, ticking all of the boxes. You may have heard of a bunch of different yogas and meditations. They have various different things. If you put all of them together and you include the things that those other ones lack, in particular logos, understanding, you have the ideal of spirituality or meditation. So that's the upward movement, and that what that means is you are creating the conditions, you are meeting the necessary causes for a direct experience of that model. And of course, while you're not just experiencing it, you're understanding it. You can use that both together to perfect your functioning of understanding. We perfect the activity by reflecting on the model from which that activity is derived. You want to be a good skateboarder? Reflect about Tony Hawk. You want to be a Rodney Mullen. If you want to be a good soccer player, reflect on Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi, or, if we want to be honest, Ronaldinho. So that's what we are doing, reflecting upon the model. That's what we've been doing the last few episodes on the stream, reflecting on the model of mind, or the model from which the activity of understanding is derived, our anagogic function. Now, as we said, there's also that second function, got A and B. A, anagogic, upward, and B, removing the bollocks, removing the stuff that makes us say,
Cunt's a little fucking bitch.
Cunt's a little bitch.
Hey man, wouldn't some kind of future where people have all their whatever basic needs met of shelter, all this crap, and they could do whatever the hell they want, wouldn't that be good? No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. Yes, it would.
Vapid cunt.
Come on, Aaron Brown. So B, removing the bollocks. Removing the, what's the other word for bollocks? Belief. So the root cause of our human problems is the same thing, but it's pseudo version, or it's a fake version. So instead of reflecting on the model of mind, but also understanding, as we've been discovering, there's two higher classes of reality that reflect on not just mind, but even its cause. What's the cause of mind? Self. So using understanding to reflect on mind and self. But our problems come from a false image of self, causing negative states of mind that result in our negative functioning, resulting in our repeating cycles of failure and our stuck in the NPC script of the zombie virus we call fate. So while understanding makes use of what makes us evolved, Usia, and Logos, belief is its opposition. Always you are in conflict in belief. There can never be enough wars. There's always another grievance for the religious or the right-wingers. Right wing, of course, is a political party bound together by the pathologos. That's why their whole thing is, how can we actively make everything worse for everybody else? Now, as it's the pseudo or the fake versions of self-mind understanding, as a surrogate for the experience of knowing, because the experience of knowing those things you feel because you're experiencing it. You can't have those things because belief blocks us from our development, from our spiritual method, Usia and Logos, understanding. So but our soul still seeks knowingness. So how do you feel like you're a knower when you can only do belief? And if understanding has that A and B function, understanding helps people develop A, and understanding is what's required to solve problems B, and belief is in opposition to it, how can you be a knower? How can you function as a wise person or a knower or a leader if you are blocked from doing A and B? You can't help. You can't solve problems. All you can do is hurt. That's the fundamental conflict that belief generates. So what do they take as knowing? They take as a surrogate for the feeling of knowingness, bliss, and the functioning of benefiting in those two ways, hurting people. That's what they take as a surrogate for knowing. That's called formally sadism. That's the addiction of belief. That's why right-wing movements or fascist movements and religious authority figures and people most fervently in religion seek to hurt others. They seek to otherize others and dehumanize others So instead of recognizing the nature of human problems and solving them, which requires understanding, they just have a word within their tradition or clan that makes somebody evil, innately bad. And the cause of problems isn't belief or ignorance, it is that your nature is you're a sinner. And here they have lots of words for that. Some go in and out of style. Some are tied to traditions. Heathen, heretic, sinner, woke, cockroach, vermin. There's a huge list. Before every war begins, the invading party finds a name to inflict this incorrect, dehumanizing, falsely attributing their problems to an innate badness and justifying, therefore, learning through not actual learning, understanding, but through inflicting violence. Every army has a name. Think of any war and you'll find, oh, we called the other team the... I'm not going to repeat them because they're very horrible usually. So, making use of Usia and Logos, what makes us evolved, that's our purpose. That's what we can do. That's our evolution. So it's the evolutionary purpose. It's our spiritual purpose. And it's therefore education because it does A and B. It helps in our reaching excellence and our removing blocks or problems to that thing, to excellence. So it's also the educational model. So if we want to make a fancy word, seeing as we talk about philosophy, which is the Greek word for philos, Sophia, love of wisdom, the true model of education, we can come to the conclusion, could be called philodianoia, which is the Greek word for philos, love, and dianoia, understanding, the love of understanding. And love is important because there has to be something to motivate us. No one's going to make you want to learn. You need your own stakes or motivation or desire for excellence. And so we could say, well, whatever has to motivate us has to be our own personal expression of A and B. What's our highest excellence we really want? What's our highest goal? Don't settle. No mediocrity in this game. You can't be on the hero's quest if you are Frodo trying to just live a mediocre, comfortable life in the Shire. You can't be Luke Skywalker staying on the moisture farm, accepting a mediocrity, an existence of mediocrity. Think of any hero. You can't be Harry Potter living in the stepmother's basement or whatever he did. You have to aim for excellence. That's A. So what's your we all want happiness, don't we? Now, because we have just reflected on what the ultimate two kinds of goals that bring about our excellence are, reflecting on the model of understanding, experiencing directly mind, consciousness, mind, or being, because it's eternal, and its cause, even higher than that, excuse me, self, then we could recognize what would be required for that A motivation. You can start low, practical goals, but eventually you're going to have to upgrade. It's going to have to be a personal goal, A, upward, anagogic, to do with some sort of excellence of yourself and your own being or mind or soul. And that can happen through activity. Say you want to master an art. That mastery should include a requirement for you to be a certain way. For example, if you want to be functioning as a doctor, let's say, but you have an image of yourself that's rubbish, you have to eventually sacrifice that false image of yourself to have an idea of yourself that's consistent with being that goal. You can't simultaneously think, I am a rubbish leader, and apply for the job as the manager. That kind of idea. And of course, as we master something that's intelligible itself, you want to master medicine or music or something. Music's a great one to have fun with, especially if you dropped an instrument when you were young. Then what you're doing is understanding the intelligibility inherent within that art, which, because we are in this game, you can analogically relate all of those insights within that structure to your own reading or your own self or soul. So you can perfect your mind and self as you perfect the art. And that's what we've been doing. We've been looking at the hierarchical arrangement of terms within different sets and having fun jumping between them to learn through analogy and gain insights through analogy into different systems, which of course is understanding, but also it means for every one of those causes that are to do with what is or what's excellent or what's real, we could find its opposite, that which functions like belief in opposition to understanding, in opposition to those causes. So if we want the ideal material cause of the soul, we want to find our ideal. Let's look at the board. Go. So here are the causes. Now, we're just using the causes as the fulcrum point because it's a nice baseline that you can apply to all of the other sets. Why am I super bright or dark? Anyway. Material cause, and of course we're using the analogy of building a house, bricks. But what we've been doing is applying it to ourselves. What's our ideal material cause, or another word for that, the receptive cause? And that's what we talked about just then with if you can find the inherent intelligibility of whatever you're learning and you're seeking excellence within it, there's the idea of mastery. You can then jump to something that's more meaningful. Like, for example, we can jump from the causes to the stages of the dialectic. That's meaningful because that's the structure. That's the structure of understanding. It's how we understand, it's how we communicate, it's how we organize our thoughts. It's the art or excellence of mind. But that excellence allows us to move through different stages of evolution cognitively. Different cognitive functions or how we make sense of the world. But hang on a second, if there are different cognitive functions and they're not all the same, they could therefore then be hierarchically ranked. What we just said is belief is less than, worse than understanding, and functions in conflict against understanding. Fascist and religious people really enjoy burning books. It's just that simple. And it's not just this fascist movement or this Nazi movement or this right-wing movement or this conservative movement or this religion or this. It's always the same. They are in opposition to their own personal and collective development. That's why belief is the cause of human problems. But we just said that understanding can move upward and find the model, so we could put the experience part of intelligibility of reality, call that knowing with a capital K, because it points to, or we could use the Greek word nous, experiencing directly mind. So we can find some are greater, some are lesser, which means they follow an intelligible structure, which means there has the same paradigm or model cause you can apply to the cognitive functions to understand the different states of mind human beings get into, or you get into during the day, how you can recognize some are better than others. Belief to be moved with shapes and colors is bad, and you don't want to get stuck in that. You want to do your best to reflect and understand. And of course, within our race too, we don't want to be ruled by believers. It would suck if you were going into surgery and you noticed the doctor didn't have any diplomas on the or degrees on the wall. Hang on a second, do you have any qualifications just before I go under anesthetic for surgery? He goes, no, I just believe I'm a surgeon. That would be hell. That would be a torture experience. You don't have any understanding? No, I don't need understanding. I just believe in my heart I'm a surgeon. It would be terrible to accept leadership of our body under a doctor-patient relationship based on belief. Therefore, our civic duty, you could say, or our moral imperative as citizens, as members of a species, is to recognize that principle is something we grasp with understanding. Belief is, of course, against principles. One rule for thee, another rule for me is the catchphrase they use. And say, hey, we better not, as we wouldn't accept leadership from those bound by belief in any other profession like surgery. Why the fuck are our spiritual leaders and political leaders bound by belief? Religion means to be bound by a saving belief. Democracy. How can the most cruel and sadistic people manipulate the images and beliefs of others, especially the right wing? The incompetence of the left wing is that they haven't recognized this. They themselves lack understanding because they haven't themselves reflected on their false beliefs that prevent understanding, removed it, and because they need the art of understanding to remove it, they have not studied Philodianoia, so they are even less than belief, because at least believers have some idea of a unity or a oneness, even if their highest idea of oneness is chanting racist things at a Republican convention, or praising Jeebus or Spaghetti Monster or whoever they're praising in a church. At least it's something that they offer. The establishment left, of course, materialism or strict dualism. There are no principles. Let's never do anything. Let's never change anything while we all personally try and get our money and for our own individual selves. And no principles means also, let's allow fascism as a political party. Let's not fight back against genocide. Let's not fight back against capitalism. Let's not fight back against ICE. So that would be even less than belief. But would be the activity based on the model of belief, as understanding is the activity based on the model of knowledge. So that's where we are. And what we came to last time is, if we can therefore recognize that our purpose the reason for our existence or meaning of life is to make do those two things: A, move up, and B, purify what's false. You could call that perfection and purification, or reaching our highest purpose and escaping our fate. And we do that by participating in Usia and Logos, and our problems caused by the opposition to Logos and Usia, a shallow pool of Usia when you're only reflecting on the dear leader, and a shallow pool of language. All you can say is praise Jesus, Jesus saves, that kind of shit. In other words, only small amount of catchphrases. That's why Fox News is all completely irrational, and the right wing are all irrational, and they just use catchphrases, because that's the only shallow pool of Usia and Logos that they have access to, because of their inherent beliefs from childhood that blocks their further development. So our idea is to, therefore, our purpose is to participate in and function CTION through mind, which is the dialectic. That's the skill that we are here to perfect. So that would mean that those causes or conditions, causes better, in order to function, the doer or instrumental cause would be therefore the dialectician. That's the kind of functioning we want to be doing. And a dialectician can't do that unless there is some sort of activity that we can engage in. And that's the dialectic applied to A, upward moving, which is philosophy. So that's our upward moving. And B, purifying our problems or our false beliefs. That's philosophical midwifery. But you can't do that unless there is someone that you can do it on. So the builder can't do the activity of building unless he has woods and bricks to build with. So we call that the receptive cause. It has to be something that's receptive to that activity, or material cause, which is a stung and pregnant soul. Pregnant with an idea, either an idea that moves you up, the nature of self and reality ultimately, or a one that you are carrying a false image or belief about self and reality that causes your problems. So therefore, it's through the activity that the lesser, the bricks, the receptive soul, can participate in the greater, the dialectician, because essentially the soul wants to become a dialectician, whether they know it yet or not, themselves, because that's our purpose. That's our highest functioning. So instead of doer, let's say functioning. Either works. So if you're not quite there yet, but you want to be, in other words, you're stung, being stung realizes is a recognition that you don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know what my problem is. I don't know why I'm stuck. I don't know the nature of self and reality. I don't know the section of the text that I'm reading. So therefore, you could call it the mean cause. As in a mean term. In other words, like if Diotima taught Socrates and Socrates teaches us, then through Socrates, who was once a student and now a teacher, we can become like Diotima. Socrates is the mean term. By the way, in the symposium, Diotima told Socrates that the mean term for our soul's development is love. Love. That's why it's philo-understanding, philodianoia, love of understanding. You need that inspiration. some motivation. Love, when you love something or someone, you desire them because you consider them good and beautiful. To desire something means you don't have it yet, or you aren't completely unified with it yet. Therefore, it's our desire for what's considered good and beautiful, love, that propels us towards our ultimate goals, motivates us. The mean term. So that's the mean term cause. We talked about also that there has to be some model or paradigm cause that the dialectician is using. So for the doctor, he has to look at the ideal of the healthy body, not just have the image or the knowing of the healthy body, but have the understanding of its parts, whole and parts. And because it's a model, anyone can participate. There is no model in belief. That's why they're all crooks and criminals. That's why religious people are always in conflict within themselves, within themselves individually, within their little groups, fighting for whose idea of Jesus is the right one, or whatever the fuck. And also killing each other, genociding each other, or being manipulated by capitalists who say, oh yeah, I want to invade Venezuela for their oil, because it's not because I'm just a greedy criminal, it's because Jesus, maybe? It's because Jesus? That lighting makes me look weird. How about this one? That one's better. We'll stick with this one. Now we earlier we put the model or paradigm of reality as mind. That's our knowing reality or knowing mind goal. So we could say nous, in that it's the experience of knowing reality. We could call it being, because it's the realm of being, it's the dimension, but that's, see, one's a cognitive function, nous, one's a level of reality, being, but we are looking specifically at the, for the dialectic. So it would be seeing the logos and ousia. So the logos of ousia, maybe you could say, because it's the understandable nature of mind. So the understandability, logos, of mind turning around and knowing itself, ousia, is the paradigm. So notice, if this is the spiritual experience, or the penultimate spiritual experience, divine luminosity, why would you want to just meditate on a cushion in silence for 50 years and just cross your fingers and just experience it without understanding? Why would you want that? Equally, why would you want to understand it without experiencing it? Therefore, the nature of the true spiritual discipline or model would be logos and ousia, which is the paradigm the dialectician looks to as he functions. It's also what our receptive soul looks to as well, because they have to learn the model. The better they learn what's happening in their dream talk, the better in their dialectic talk, the better they can participate in it. And they have to. If you want to solve your problems, you have to look for the pattern inherent in your problems to discover that it's a repeating problem, that it has a negative consequence, so you have the inspiration to solve your problems, but also you have to trace it back to its cause so you can free yourself from the problem. Where did it come from? It's original cause. And you're engaging in some activity to see those things, follow that method, and find the cause and address it in a certain way. So you're going through all of the stages in the model of midwifery or philosophy. And of course, there's the other quality, hey, if we play this game with other human beings, and this is our greatest functioning, this is our purpose, this is the art we're here to master, the meaning of life functioning, then it's our greatest goal, which means it is the most likely to surface or trigger our pathologos blocks, because our pathologos blocks are in opposition. So therefore, the more that the soul learns the model of dialectic and dream analysis, the more they can be alert to when the dialectician is in a problem or stuck. Hey, by the way, I notice you're adding words that are not there. I notice you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. I notice you're not giving me space to reflect on what I'm saying. Or whatever. I notice you're carrying in your own opinions about my problem and not following the logos. Therefore, you're deviating from the paradigm, the model of dialectic. Therefore, let's pause. Let's do a pause champ and either address that problem, take notes about that problem for your reflection later, or find a way of sidestepping that problem in the meantime. So, everyone, the soul, the dialectician, can look at the model. And then this one's got a lot of words, so let's move this up here. And the reason why you go through those things, or what's called that for the sake of which you go through that, or the first and final cause, why go through it? Why go through the mastery of the art? And you can only go through the mastery of this art if you go through all these processes. You can't further develop upwardly to become a dialectician without going through a dialectic. You can't remove your problems that block you from that activity, and you have to be doing both A and B unless you're doing midwifery. So you have to go through all of these stages. Why? Let's say you tick it. You know how to be most ideally open and receptive, recognize when you're pregnant with an idea, maybe even get a sense or intuitive sense of what might be a problem idea and what might be a high anagogic idea. You do the activity every day, and you do it every chance you get. And you've even mastered what it means to be a dialectician. And maybe you've actually understood and experienced, logos and ousia, the paradigm of reality that the dialectic is based on. Now what? What's that for the sake of which? Whoops. So notice, we have gained an understanding of all of the causes. And again, if you're interested in other things, you can apply it to solving other problems, but this is the one that's the most important. What's the meaning of life? So we've got a structure or a paradigm or model for how to answer the meaning of life question. We've got a hierarchical arrangement of terms so we can know the different ways we could answer it. You could have fun and say, what's the meaning of life? And you could ignore the higher causes and just say, the meaning of life is to get pregnant with an idea. That is a correct answer, but it's not the best answer because it's lesser on the hierarchy of terms that we have because we have the paradigm. We have the paradigm as a whole, ousia, and we have its ordered, hierarchical or ordered and arrangement of parts, logos. But also by using our understanding to nail down the map of understanding, to know the model, we've given birth to not just ways of answering, but a question. And what makes use of questions and answers? The dialectic. So we are doing the dialectic. We are demonstrating what we're defining. You got to be doing both. Giving birth to likely hypotheses or answers, and also questions. What's the question? What's that for the sake of which we go through this process? Why? Oh, and by the way, we said for each of these causes, we can give birth to a different kind of a question. Because the dialectic has two. When you explore an idea, you say, what if it is? What if beauty is? And you apply the dialectic to it. Or what if it isn't? So for each of these, we could find what is in opposition to being stung and pregnant. Certainty, the state of being of certainty of closed-minded of believers. What would be in opposition, blocking us from this activity or mean term? What would be the negative functioning that prevents us becoming dialecticians? What's the negative model? And what's the first cause? What generated all these negative functioning and negative way of lives and tragedies and disasters and sickness, which is the first cause, but also seems to be the final cause. So when you play it out, you end up in a self-fulfilling prophecy of some kind. In other words, you think it to begin with, and everything you do is just a justification of the bullshit you thought to begin with. A self-fulfilling prophecy or belief. I believe in this. I believe something racist. So when I find a brown person, I'm going to abuse them until eventually they get annoyed and they fight back. And I point, see, I was right. You are violent. No, you caused that because you are stuck in your ignorant belief. That, of course, is a fate or the structure of the tragic hero or a Greek tragedy. Because what the Greek tragedy is this: there is an unsuspected false belief about the self and an associated way of being of the main character. And when it's too late, he realizes that all of his drama and his inevitable tragic fate was a result of that. In other words, he was responsible for his tragedy, fate. There was something he overlooked that he shouldn't have. Self-fulfilling prophecy of a negative idea and about the self, associated belief about self and reality. So you can have fun finding out, nailing down all of these, which means this is another benefit of analogy. By doing one, by adding what's positive, philosophy, we can jump to the isn't. What if you don't have logos and ousia? What if you're blocked? Or the pseudo, the shallow pool. So you're gaining an insight of what would be involved in midwifery, and the dialectician has to do both. So now we have an example of why the dialectician perfects his art by reflecting on the paradigm or model. It gives him what he needs to gain insight into one, and not insight, but also questions and insight, Q's and A's into one, but also he can analogically jump using the model or paradigm to get questions and answers about the other. It's a
Win, 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 win.
It's a win, 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 win.
It's a win, 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 win. We always win so hard. We win so hard here. So, how do we answer this question? What's that for the sake of which? Well, here's another thing about analogy. We've talked about sideways movement, both in what is and isn't. So that's its opposite or complementary. We talked about horizontal movement. In other words, you can jump to a different set. So if you have the causes, you can see, oh, how does it help me understand the structure of the dialectic? How does it help me understand the cognitive functions? How does it help me understand the levels of reality? We don't have that on the board yet, but we mentioned nous and being. You can have the being, physical world and stuff. You can have the levels of reality. So that's a horizontal jump or double jump. You can jump from there and then jump to there and there and there to gain insight into different sets or different classes of things. But there's another movement, vertical movement. So we have our opposite or complementary, we have our horizontal, and we have our vertical. Our vertical movement is asking the question, hang on a second, if the meaning of life, the ideal material cause, so in the material sense or the receptive sense, meaning of life is to become a stung, aporia, curious, open, puzzled, I know I don't know, but I really want to find the truth, truth-seeking soul. How do you get there? I myself am a dialectician. I don't see a lot of people banging on, well, not anymore. In California, it was a little bit different, but I don't see a lot of people sending me emails and banging on my front door saying, hey, help me give birth to my problem so I can be free. Or help me give birth to my insight so I can experience the higher levels of self and reality. In other words, not everyone is there. So we can look at vertically, go down. We could say, hey, if you need to be this kind of a cause, you need to be a stung soul. In order to participate in your meaning of life, the hero's journey, the hero's quest, the reason you're here, to gain the ideal functioning of the dialectic and gain logos and ousia, understanding and direct experience of the nature of mind or reality, the model. So this is how you perfect your understanding and knowledge and purify yourself from your beliefs and your materialism or your strict dualism in opposition to your development. Free yourself. How do I get there? In other words, you could recognize this as the first cause in the higher list, but also that for the sake of which, or first and final cause of the lesser. In other words, everything that you do in your life that's not the dialectic is in service of, or that for the sake of which, becoming a pregnant soul. An open, receptive, curious, truth-seeking soul. So you can sit in the chair. This. Or in the chair. Sitting on that chair in the activity of dialectic. Could be a chair at some sort of lecture theater, I suppose, or hall that you and your friends meet up in, or at a coffee shop. Could be anywhere. And if you have a special somebody in your life who has a lover of understanding as well, has good character as well, good heart and good head, any chair you're sitting on with that person. So our question is, how do we get there? Well, good thing we have the map of understanding. We have the causes. Because we know that for the sake of which, or how to get there, is as a result of everything prior. So it's a higher dimension. So using the builder analogy, you need material, receptive, bricks and nails and hammers and wood. You need there to be a skill of building or an activity of building that we can study. There has to be builders wanting to do that, do the study, swing the hammer against the wood, and some blueprints that they're following. But only when all of these conditions are met. So what's it mean to meet the conditions? Ideally populate the causes, then it gives rise to a higher function, that for the sake of which Billy living in a house. That's a whole different thing. Billy doesn't have to worry about all of these things anymore. They're all taken for granted. It's a higher different functioning. Billy living in his house can raise a family. He can play video games, computer games. He can have pets and show them love. So all of that is a much higher functioning than all of the things that led to it. Another example of that, if you can imagine all of the parts of your body in the ideal proper relationship arrangement, doing their ideal functioning, gives rise to consciousness. That's another analogy. So if we want to know how do we get on the chair, how do we become our ideal kind of soul? Notice soul points to the psyche, or the word soul points to the unity of the three forces that we have. So we have an inward seeking, desiring for what is good. We have some force that propels our outward movement in the world. We want to seek truth and that's what thumos, our outward energy, or seeking fame, or no, not fame, honor. We seek truth about whatever it is we do. But also we have a reasoning capacity that can engage in this, what we're doing here. So that's the soul, the name given to those three aspects. So the soul needs to be receptive to mind. So this soul, so here is our ontology that we didn't have on the board yet. The level of reality of soul would be these causes resulting in that for the sake of which the ideal soul, that now the soul can participate on the higher level of reality, mind. Mind. All of the ideas that the dialectician uses do not exist in the physical world. They function in the physical world. They're the adjectives that describe things in the physical world. Everything in the physical world is a whole and part, same, different, good, beautiful, or ugly and bad and unjust, lesser, greater. But a dialectician uses them in reference to the model of mind. So to participate and function through mind. So we can say, this is a level of mind. Excuse me. Bless you.
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
Hey, we rolled the dice and we won.
You know, some people would chase a chimp around. Some people would devote themselves to all kind of science or art or experimentation. Who knows?
Right, and what we are doing is this, and not chasing a chimp around. Therefore, there's a level of mind that soul can participate in a certain way as the bottom or material cause. But we could also say, therefore, that there is a level of reality, soul. Because soul can also participate in the physical world. So, our question is ultimately, what's the ultimate purpose or meaning of life? Here, or that for the sake of which? But how do we solve problems? Analogy. You notice a pattern. Same thing as our problems. You notice a pattern in your problems, a cycle. Every time I apply for the job, every time I talk to a beautiful woman, whatever this thing happens, I notice a pattern. When I look at the pattern, I see, what are the terms involved? Is there an arrangement? Do I do this first and this thing second and this thing third? Is there a feeling state that then functions as puts me in a certain role within that relationship, that lets me do a certain activity that leads to a certain kind of conclusion? So analogy is how we think, how we give rise to questions and answers. So we have this question, what's the ultimate purpose? We have our greatest functioning meaning of life, to master the art of the dialectic and function in that way. But what's that for the sake of which? What's our purpose? What's this answer, the purpose answer to the meaning of life? But using analogy, we could move sideways. We could look at its complementary or opposite. What's the first and final cause? That's the cause of all of the things that oppose those. What's the fake model? What's the fake functioning? What's the fake activity? What has the conclusion of a fake kind of soul, a crappy kind of character, and someone not with virtue but with vice? So if you had an insight into this, you could use it to generate an insight or a hypothesis into this. So there's our complementary. We also talk about if you have other sets, like you're learning music or cooking or something else, or here we have the kinds of souls from Book 8 of Plato's Republic. If you're checking it out, make sure you get the Balboa translation. That's the only decent translation out there. And you can find it free online. In Book 8, he talks about the kinds of souls. 5. We also talked about the virtues. We also talked about the cognitive functions. So if you have something here, that for the sake of which we go through all these different types of souls in our development, either in this life or within multiple reincarnations, if you have the answer here, what's that for the sake of which? To become a philosopher, king or queen. Does that help? You can use it. So our question is, what's that for the sake of which we go through our ideal functioning as human beings and master the other dialectic? Philosopher, king or queen? Well, we haven't been reading the Republic, so we don't know a lot about the philosopher, king or queen, so we can't really use that. But it's an option if you do get into that Book 8. But another thing we have been talking about is so we can move to its complement or opposite. We can jump or double jump across horizontally, but also we can move vertically and ask the question, how do we get here? How do we get to be a pregnant soul? What's it required for us to be in the chair? And because we have the structure, because we have understanding, and we're killing it.
No, you're not.
The one that's mentally unwell.
You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
Because we're brave and crossing into new boundaries.
But I thought this was actually kind of interesting.
And we're doing what's interesting. We have the paradigm or map of the causes that we could apply to the soul to gain insight into the vertically lower set that might help us gain an insight into what would be that for the sake of which we go through and master the art of dialectic. So there would be some sort of model cause. There would be some sort of functioning cause. The doer, the instrumental. Spam.
I'm a human. I don't listen to robots.
Go away, spam.
Dumbass.
Dumbass.
But that's funny. It's like the whole business model is like, hey, we can trick the platforms, and hopefully we can trick people into thinking that these are real people to do like this.
To do like that, I'm not going to fall for it. I'm not going to trick people that they're more people. You're a spam bot. So
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
you got a brain of a
Weird
child.
business, because it's like, you know, a bunch of stupid little robots trying to spam
Stupid
everybody
robots.
to sell
Stop
crap.
spamming me to sell crap.
Big boobs. Huge, massive tits.
Instead,
Vapid cunt.
there we go. Okay, so there's an ideal model to get us that we would need as a requirement to end up in the chair. There is a kind of functioning that we'd have to be doing as a way of being or functioning in the world. There's our outward movement, maybe. Yeah. There'd be some sort of activity that we'd have to engage in to reach that level of function as a requirement or preconditioned cause for that level of functioning. But also, from that functioning, you can look down, just as for a pregnant soul to become a dialectician, they have to go through the activity of philosophy, dialectic, and midwifery. Equally so, the dialectician has to engage in that activity, can engage in that activity as well, as the activity demonstrates his functioning. So there'd be some sort of activity we'd have to go through as a soul to end up in the chair. But of course, that model functioning activity has to be applied to some receptive material cause as the original precondition. Receptive. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Here we go. So, how can we become stung? Well, as we've been saying, you can't do A without B. You can't be freeing yourself from the problems that cause your suffering or negativity and injustice, negative reincarnations, unless you are seeking your highest goals. You also can't be seeking your highest goals unless you're doing something to learn about the self and learn about reality. And how do we learn? Understanding. What's understanding? Usia and Logos, question and answers. So you have to be doing something that can give rise to the questions about self and reality, but also give you the terms needed for the answers about self and reality. What kind of activity gives you those things? Well, we can answer that question because that's what we do on the stream. So you could say one level of meaning of life is to do whatever you can to be a receptive person to this stream. No, that's a joke.
Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together.
That's appropriate. Because what the stream is we are holding each other's hands as we read together. Hooray. So, reading. The capital R. Because it's a different kind of reading that we learn compared to what we learn in school. We are reading without interpretation. We will surface our interpretations because that's the clues that we get to become pregnant on the chair with an idea about what blocks us from seeing what's there, what's causing our projections or interpretations or blocks. So it's learning to read without interpretation. But of course, we have to be reading about something that's about the self and reality. So reading logos, texts. And of course, you have the Philosophical Midwifery book, which we've been reading here. We have anything written by Pierre Grimes, because he's a master of the logos. Parmenides and Diotima, those two dialogues, they are... But of course, they're written by Plato, so we could say the Balboa translations of Plato that talk about what Socrates said, reflecting the logos, and anything by Pierre Grimes. That's the big ones. And of course, there's a whole bunch of awesome stuff by Pierre Grimes. We're reading one of them right now. So therefore, we have to be someone receptive to reading. Those are called the virtues. Why? There's a triad here. If you're not seeking the logos, why would you read books about the logos? If you're not seeking the truth about reality that you want to know and understand and have that rule your soul, that's formally the virtue. And I think this is book 3 of the Republic. So you can read the Balboa translation. You can find a free copy online and nail these down for yourself. Don't just believe me, but I'm just going to use an overview here. If you're not seeking the logos, which is the virtue of wisdom, then how would you be receptive to reading? I don't give a shit about the logos. Give me some slop. Tell me what Tom Cruise is doing. Let me read a slop magazine. Let me read Harry Potter. Now, reading Harry Potter can still be fun, so long as you are wondering about yourself and reality as you do it. Can you see about your own reading in the hero's journey? So seeking the logos, you have to be. That's wisdom. By the way, as we've been saying, the literal definition of a human block is what blocks you from reading, from wisdom, from following the logos. That's the pathologos. So you have to have some virtue that allows you to ignore your pathologos objections to the logos until you do what's required to get on the chair, engage in this higher level of mind, and purify it. So until you're here, you're going to have that voice saying, give up, you can't do it, do something else, you're not good enough, reality is not knowable, reality is not understandable, yourself is not significant, you are a small bean, you're a very small bean, and you are a bad noodle.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
Which is anti-feminist in some way. And to that we say...
Kant would say some fucking
bullshit.
You just attacked my person. You just harmed my body.
And we say, you just harmed my body to the pathologos. That's called the kakadaemon, the negative voice of the false self. Kaka, bad, daemon, voice of the self. Internally. So, yeah, that'll do. I mean, what is the true nature of the daemon is a big question that we are going to get into in the symposium, and so much to explore on this channel. That's why we have so many viewers. That's why we are the most popular philosophy stream on Twitch and YouTube. Actually, not on YouTube. The most popular philosophy stream on Twitch. And don't you say that's because we're the only one, because I will say...
I think it's awesome.
Calm your fucking tits.
Calm your tits if you say that we're only the most popular because we're the only one. I will say it to you all day. Calm your tits. So, to keep in mind the greatest illness and the thing to most fear within the soul is the pathologos, while also being okay with dropping that voice, dropping the associated feeling or way of being, emotional state, and even dropping any image of yourself until you finally reach the true nature of the self and purify the false. So to seek the logos and keep in mind the danger of the pathologos as the greatest danger to our soul in all of the ups and downs. Courage. To trust, seek, follow the logos, and be on guard against carry the understanding, or until you understand it, the trust, not belief, it's trust in understanding, and it's a method, it's a stepping stone to understanding, so it's different from belief, about the logos and the danger of the pathologos. Courage. Requires courage to do that. So you can't be reading unless you're practicing. Notice it's a practice. Which it needs to be a practice because it's the first thing. In other words, to be ready for the absolute first receptive cause, there are no preconditions. There are no preconditions for the first cause or the first preconditions. It's something you do. Practice. In other words, oh, I'm not ready for philosophy. Yep. You can practice the virtues today. When else are you going to start? Start now. You always start now because it's a continual practice, which is the higher virtue that all these things, to do at all times, is justice. So start practicing at all times. So you could say justice incorporates all three. So we put that in the middle of the triangle. It's a bit small, so let's make it a bit bigger. Justice. That's the fourth virtue. Important. The first receptive cause is something you do. Practice. You practice seeking the logos and ruling yourself. Remember, there's the inward seeking, the outward seeking, and the planning or reasoning part of your soul. Use the logos for the planning. That's the leader. Notice the risen's at the top because it's the leader. So it's the kind of first and final cause, because if you don't start by, if you're like, oh, I want to be ignorant, I'm proud of being ignorant, I'm proud of being an ignorant believer, I'm a Joneses, or I'm a MAGA, or I'm a Mormon. I don't care. Can't play. To seek truth, wisdom. But ultimately, the experience of wisdom is defined as, or the state of wisdom is, to have the knowing of the model and have the understanding through which you can function. So this would therefore be something like wisdom. So it's kind of the end goal or the final cause, but also it's the first cause because you can't even start reading unless you're seeking truth or wisdom, to be ruled by logos, to be ruled by truth. But also you can't read unless if you're letting those voices of the pathologos put you off, tell you can't do it, tell you're not an amazing noodle and the best bean. Or you don't even, other people, you'll run into people in your life that will reflect your problem. That's part of the amazing, profound intelligibility of reality. You'll experience it in your mind, you'll experience it in your physical dramas, and you'll also experience it in your dreams.
No, that was a good decision. That was an inherently good decision.
Brain rot escalates.
If you're experiencing I'm cute, like it's cutie pie.
Dreams. So, you'll go through ups and downs. High states of mind that might reflect your insights as you read and gain insight and understanding. Your low states of mind as those counter attacks. That's the name for it, the counter attacks from the pathologo surface. Remember, we can learn to recognize, remember it's a practice, the virtues are practice. It's not something you have to be ready for, you just do now. But courage is recognizing you get both. Seeking the logos in everything you do and keeping an eye out for the pathologos. You need courage, well, it helps in your temperance. Temperance. Or keeping cool, bro. Cool as a kook.
I think it's awesome. If you don't know, now you know.
Making ice cream's a good.
I find that very entertaining.
I need cool as a kook on its own button. Keep your cool as a kook. That's what Aaron Brown says all the time. Gotta keep you cool in those ups and downs. Don't let people push you into their game, because that's all it is. People who reflect your own pathologos family drama are inviting you to participate with them as they reflect their own. It's similar enough that you play. It's what a lot of relationships are based on. Similar enough pathologos that we can play out our parental negative pathologos roles. Which is a kind of spending your life energy meditating or contemplating the illness. So beliefs or to be not in this game isn't neutral. You are actively spending your time and life energy further entrenching yourself in your false self, beliefs, role, functioning that ends up in problems, suffering, and negative reincarnations. So somebody yesterday said, so people who are not doing this dialectic don't live meaningful lives. And I said, and one answer to that question would be, actually, it's not. It's worse than that. It's not that it's not meaningful. It's actively harming meaning, like debate. That's why they send Mormons around with their stupid ignorance door knocking when they're like 16 years old. They don't know shit. Of course they don't. Their idea is to get further entrenched and identified in their false beliefs by having to defend them to strangers all the time. And of course, that feeling of being persecuted is the feeling, because belief doesn't have a feeling like knowing does. And understanding in a higher way. Feeling of persecution is what they associate with what it means to be a Mormon. And you might know other religions or cultural groups who have that as their surrogate for understanding and knowing the feeling of being persecuted. Maybe you can think of some yourself. Also, debate. The opposite of dialectic. Someone yesterday said, well, actually, I benefited from a debate. And that was we made the point, no, that wasn't because of the debate. That was something you benefited from in spite of the debate. You weren't debating. You weren't up there defending your own false beliefs to try and win. You were listening to the arguments of the good team, and you were reasoning it through as though they were your friend. You sided with the good people, so you treated them as a friend, and you listened to them. You reflected. You brought with you your own questions about yourself, and you used the material from their reasoned reflection in your answers. There's your question and answers. Debate doesn't help. But those who bring into as the audience member, if they bring with them what's needed for dialectic, then they can benefit. The irony was, the debate we were talking about was literally that good people do good things in spite of religion, not because of religion, because religion is harmful in principle. And that, of course, won the debate, because it's true. Because, as we're seeing, it's belief. Belief is the anti-Usia and Logos, anti what it means to be human, cognitive function that functions, demonstrates in opposition to our development through these causes to perfect our purpose and meaning of life, the art of the dialectic, the art of understanding. So, wisdom, you have to be seeking, practicing seeking the Logos, and seeking to be purified from the Pathologos. You have to be ruled by the Logos, wisdom, to seek that and to carry whatever trust or understanding about the Logos and the Pathologos and how it's the greatest danger, courage. And to have courage to drop the false, to be completely open and stung. I'm not carrying my old methods of debating people, or whenever I write to a cop, I pretend to be, I'm just sad, or whenever I meet someone new. You notice this? Some people you meet, and the first thing they do is they have a script, it seems. Just so you know, I'm a small being in this way, and I have this difficulty. And by the way, I'm going to say some rude things, but that's okay, because listen, I'm a victim, and let me set the stage for my way of being that I want to function through, because it's familiar and I know how to live or manipulate in that way of being. To drop that horseshit requires courage. Just be open and receptive and be more authentically yourself, seeking and following the Logos, wisdom. Courage requires courage. Which again, it's not something you have, it's something you practice at each moment, necessarily for it to be the original receptive cause. Otherwise, how can you get in the game? How can you begin? So, as you go through those ups and downs that you are recognizing with courage, you are going through it for the sake of wisdom and to be ruled by Logos, you have to keep your cool. You have to be...
Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
Honestly, on the real, I say stuff like that because I'm cool.
And you say that stuff on the real. On the real, because you're cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
Wrong. You're so wrong. But that's okay. We're all allowed to be wrong sometimes.
We're allowed to be wrong sometimes as we seek wisdom.
Honestly, on the real, I say stuff like that because I'm cool.
So keeping your cool on the real. First receptive cause. And as we go through, we learn more about these things and we practice more about these things. So that's the meaning of life, to practice the virtues. That's an answer. That's a true answer, because all of these things are meanings of life. It's our purpose. Our purpose, therefore, what we should be doing with our time is practicing the virtues. Now, by the way, as a quick aside, as we saw in the text right at the beginning, you might have seen philosophy, so-called philosophy talks on YouTube or podcasts, and you might recognize something called Stoicism. Stoicism is using these languages, courage, temperance, wisdom, and taking out everything to do with mind, everything to do with Logos, everything to do with Usia, and applying it to the physical world only. That's Stoicism. That's what it means. It's a stealing like Paul. It's one of those interpreters. And as we've been looking at in the text, as Paul claims to speak for Jesus while actually remaining loyal to the old, wolf in sheep's clothing, fuck understanding and knowledge, says Paul, like Jesus talked about. Just do faith so I can oppress people because I'm a sick individual. Paul was a very sick. He used to enjoy murdering Christians for fun, by the way. That's the guy that modern Christians quote to justify oppressing people today through faith and belief, and by rejecting Jesus and Mark and the Gnostic Gospels. That's what we've read in the text. That's a little aside, but to remind us what we've seen so far in the book, because this book's a fucking banger. It bangs so hard.
Making ice cream's a good and courageous thing.
Courageous thing like courage. Okay, so you have to be practicing that to be open and receptive cause to reading. That's why we read. See this thing here? That's a text. Let me read it together. We have fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
Childlike wonder is here, and it's fun and it's whimsical, and we even have sound drops. And sometimes we have gooners or be gooners. We are gooning for the logos. Does that work?
I've been a bad little girl.
Okay. Can we say we gooning for the logos?
I don't know if you know this, but like weird dude exists everywhere.
I deserve that. I'm a weird dude existing everywhere if I say we're gooning for the logos. So we read the text, but then hey, you don't just get the text. You just don't just read the text. You have to function with it, right? It's the functioning. You have to reflect and talk and act through what you're reading. Oops. Reflect and talk and act through what you're reading. On your reading. Live it. Now we can recognize another triad here. The activity of this is called the anagogic triad. Earlier in the text, we recognized that Proclus creates 3 triads to represent fundamental forces within reality. This is metaphysics, the studying of the nature of the forces within reality. Theology is just putting a myth to them. So we have the ruling of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hephaestus. Zeus, of course, is the state of self that we want, that rules over all beings, bodies and souls. We have the protective causes. Oh, this is the one I have trouble remembering. We have the inspiring, like courage inspires us, beauty inspires us. Enlivening, the enlivening cause, the Vivivic is the name. Vivivic enlivens and inspires you. That's the ladies. Oh, it's been so long. Is it on the board? No, it's on an earlier board, I think. Anyway, we're not reviewing those right now. The point is, the lowest term that leads us is called the anagogic, the activity triad, the activity we engage in to reach Zeus. And that has the act of reading, or Aphrodite, bringing it to a whole through ousia or self or reflection. I was going to sneeze, but then I didn't. We have reading, or Apollo, the god of philosophy, gets the parts through reading, the terms we need to give rise to questions and answers, the parts or logos, the language, the terms. And these two come together only if you're doing both together, holding hands. I need to have that one as a drop as well, because it's a lovely one. Might put it on the board. Let me just hold. Pause champ for a second. What one can I remove? How about this one?
No, that was a good decision. That was an inherently good decision.
That's fine, but I've got a better one. I like this one.
Honey,
I will hold your hand while we read together.
That's a nice one. So, when Apollo and Aphrodite hold hands together as they read, you're reading the parts, you got your nose in the text, you're doing the activity. You are reflecting on the activity, ousia, to see how the parts come together into a meaningful whole. That inspires you. Why read these books if it doesn't affect your life, if it doesn't change your way of being? This is true education. This is the model for true education. It's not, as we saw in the text, regular education is a tragedy because it doesn't change your state of being. It doesn't change your state of mind. You don't upgrade or elevate the way that you see and function through the world, because it's just by rote. This is philodianoia, true education. So as you go through that,
honey,
I will hold your hand while we read together.
and Apollo and Aphrodite hold hands as they read together, they will eventually reach Hermes. They will discover Hermes, who has the shoes because it takes us up to Zeus with the wings on the shoes. That's the dialectic. You will discover that there is an inherent order to the text. There is a certain way, order and structure to the reasoning of Socrates and Pierre Grimes. There's a certain order and structure to the way the book is written, to the way the dialogue between Jesus and Socrates is unfolding, to how our questions come, where our questions come from and where our answers come from. There is a structure. You are discovering the inherent intelligibility of reality. Hermes. Discovering the inherent intelligibility, again, understanding and knowing, intelligibility. Need some more space. You discover the inherent intelligibility of reality. Which is, of course, discovering the dialectic. Discovering dialectic, that there is an inherent intelligibility that we can participate in as an activity, that we can function through as a dialectician, and is the model of the penultimate spiritual experience of divine luminosity. So you've discovered that there is something you can participate in this higher level, in the vertical movement. And of course, that's Hermes, Dialectic. Hermes. Dialectic. That only if you have Aphrodite and Apollo holding hands.
Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together.
And I find that very entertaining.
And it's also entertaining. Hermes. Okay, I want cool as a kook on its own button. Let's get rid of Space Wizard.
Cool as a cuke.
There we go.
Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a kook. As R.M. Brown says all the time. Now, in the text we have, let's find inherent. Inherent. Thomas, the end divine luminosity as being inherent within all, okay? To know thyself, you know. The will of Zeus expresses itself as providence. Oh, so there's the ultimate functioning, maybe, providence. The direct knowing of it is beyond human reach. The understanding of it is the essential task. Primarily, the principal ideas inherent in the experience of reality are personified as gods. That's theology. That's not what we're after. Here we go. There is a God that preserves lives through the inherent intelligibility and energy of Usia. Oh, so that's our, of the four triads of gods, that's the preserving of Usia. So there's the preserving, the anagogic, vivific, inspiring triad. Okay, so this is around 108, 109. That's when you can get into the gods. But we want the inherent hierarchy, the inherent difficulties. Okay. Socrates says something about when mankind, what's needed for mankind's awakening into our purpose is to recognize the inherent intelligibility. Inteligi. Dreams can be understood as the new dawn of reason. So there is an upgrading into a set of causes to do with dreams. To show that dreams are personally meaningful to those to whom they come is very profound. Who can say man cannot ascend to the intelligible if dreams disclose their secrets? So we want to recognize reality is intelligible. Our cosmos is providentially intelligible. So providentially intelligible, meaning that we benefit, we gain a profound goodness through participating in the intelligible. This personification of the dialectic being something we can participate in as our highest purpose functioning is mythologized by he stole the gifts of fire and the dialectic from Zeus to give it to mankind to save them. Prometheus is where we get the dialectic from. To return to the source is the true goal of all intelligible life. So returning from to the source, or the final cause is the first cause. That's the principle of that for the sake of which, or the true goal of intelligible life. So that will give us a clue into, if we go through these causes, practicing the virtue, reading the text, reflecting and talking about that together, saying,
Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together.
we hold our hand and talk as we read together. Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
To discover the inherent intelligibility in the text, in reality, in ourselves. That's to wake up to the dialectic. Therefore, to know that our true goal is achievable, understandable, and experienceable. That's therefore not just our individual purpose, but for every living being. Destiny of man. And B, all problems are solvable. You need to recognize the dialectic to come to that conclusion. If everything is random, or everything is random and not intelligible, or everything is cruel and not providentially intelligible, no providence, it's cruel. If you're living or nihilist, it's just nothing, no one cares about you. There is no goodness being extended through the dialectic. Then you can't realize that all problems are solvable. You shouldn't be beating yourself up or beating anyone else up. No need for war, punishment, cruelty, any justification of violence. That's fucking stupid. That's savage and barbaric. You're against your own interests. And B, our highest goals are achievable. So anyone who says give up, anyone who says just believe me, anyone who says thoughts, self, mind, or thinking, or spirituality is stupid, that's bullshit. Don't believe them, because they are just projecting their own ignorance and false belief problems onto others instead of doing their fucking job and going through this process and removing it themselves. Peter's principle. People seek opportunities to project their false beliefs and ignorance onto others with impunity and in a sadistic expression of fake knowingness. That's the mark of belief. Especially of those who are not going through this process to become free and good people. So to discover that there's an inherent intelligibility of the dialectic allows us to participate in it, or get our butt on that chair. But the cosmos has been brought into existence from higher intelligible causes. So we could even apply these causes to how the specifics of how reality unfolded. To know beauty isn't enough. It's referring to what was said before. To understand her triadic principles is to understand her intrinsic intelligibility and the source of strength and power. Describing pure being is the realm of the intelligible. So, we've got our physical, the meaning of life when you're in the physical world, your physical activities, your physical way of being, reflecting on what you've been reading, reflecting, talking, acting on what you've been reading. Our physical practice to become a receptive soul is all to reach the model of the dialectic. So for the sake of which gets our butt in the chair, so we can go from the level of soul and the physical to the level of mind. In the text, that's also called the intelligible. So this is the participation. This is what participating in the intelligible. So all physical activities is to create that vertical leap into the realm of the intelligible. Let's dreams, like divine visions, are truthful. There is an eternal spark of the divine that pours itself out in its full glory, out-dazzling the world of becoming. So that participating in the intelligible also is how we get to participate in the world of being. In that lower list, the physical is the world of becoming. So this is stuff we do in the world of becoming. This is our entry into the world of being. Damascus, the last teacher of the academy before the Christian emperor Justinian burnt the place down and killed and exiled everyone, to him we say,
You have severe mental illness and you need to be fucking checked into an insane asylum.
Insane asylum.
Brain rot escalates.
He escalated brain rot into the age called the Dark Ages. Damascus, the last teacher before that, acknowledged the divine luminosity could be fully realized in dreams. So you can have enlightenment experiences in dreams. Dreams are truthful. Of course, all through the book, he's been saying, hey, how you guys, guys and gals who watch this stream, your contribution to the tradition of philosophy is to incorporate dreams into the dialectic, understand, nail down dream analysis. But let's not get into that now. But it's important. Damascus acknowledged divine luminosity could be fully realized in dreams. I had a wonderful dream this morning. I had a snooze before this. I was up early. But I had a snooze. I had a wonderful dream that I will be doing dream analysis on later. Surely, while that is a major insight into the best dream I've had in a while. Can't stop thinking about it. Surely, while that is a major insight into the role of dreams and inner visions from the realm of the intelligible. Oh, so there is some communication through us, to us, through the intelligible. So the intelligible and dreams is a kind of mean cause or activity cause through which we, as an ideally receptive soul, can participate in the functioning of the intelligible. That's interesting. But Damascus did not bring this insight into his system as a whole, but that's what we are doing. So we're adding to the traditional philosophy. But that's not what I'm after. In the text, Socrates says, when mankind realizes that there is an inherent intelligibility into reality, we can wake up to our purpose. Let's go this way. Understanding is our method. That's Philodinoia, of course. Understanding is shaped through reflection and brings the mind to recognize the nature of reality has an intelligible, permeating, multi-leveled power. Oh, great. So now we've got the multi-leveled thing. Level here, causes applied to the soul. Level here, causes applied to the mind. You have the level and its opposite. You have the level horizontally. Multi-leveled nature. That is understandable. This book's a fucking banger. I mean, god damn it. It's a motherfucking banger.
All checks out.
All checks
I'm cute.
out.
Like, it's cutie pie.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing boundaries.
We're crossing into new boundaries because this book's such a fucking banger. Amazing shit. By the way, the mind can recognize through understanding that the nature of reality has an intelligible, permeating, multi-level power that deserves the name Logos. So there's a nice definition for our Logos. The multi-leveled intelligibility of reality. So, what are we doing here with our map? We are developing understanding, and we are recognizing the Logos. We are following the Logos. As we've been practicing it all week, we've been practicing the virtue of wisdom. As we stay cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
We are practicing temperance. As we do it, even when it can be difficult, or we have voices telling us we can't or we shouldn't, we are practicing courage. We are being our ideal cause, receptive material cause in the physical world of becoming. Because we are therefore reading these texts of the logos to recognize this is why we read these dudes, because they're masters of the logos. We don't read Kant. Kant's a little bitch.
Disgusting. Wrong. You moron. Honey, I will hold your hand. The hell's wrong with you people? Just shut the fuck up. Would you just blow in from you have severe mental illness? Die mad about it, bitch. Kant's a little fucking bitch.
There we go. Kant's a little bitch. We don't read Kant, we read the logos. I need to sort out my buttons so I don't have to go through a million to get the one I want. I wonder what RM Brown does. Okay. I think I got so many buttons on my MIDI launchpad. Yeah, so we're following the logos. Whoops, I'm the wrong thing. We are logos. That's the map that we're doing. The understanding prepares the mind for the visionary experience. So, as we're saying, it's the educational. This is Philodainoia, the model of education, but it's also the model of spirituality, because this understanding, which is to discover and follow the logos, you need the virtues for, you need to be reading for, you need to be talking about it for. Also prepares the mind for the experience. There's the knowing and understanding together, both of which are wisdom. Therefore confirming, and that's the difference as well. This is why it's not just a hypothesis. So you could say, Dianoia, or understanding with a capital U, is this. But regular understanding, you could say, well, scientific understanding is different from belief. Yes. In that it follows reason and evidence, whereas belief is in opposition to that. But it's not true understanding because it stays in the physical world. In other words, you can never confirm a scientific hypothesis. That's why scientific theories change and come in and out of style. But understanding the truth of self and reality, the paradigm from which scientific principles unfold, so you know how to understand and function in the world, not because you've tortured a bunch of monkeys or people or polluted the environment in your scientific experiments. That's what basically science is, torturing Mother Nature so she reveals her secrets, to quote Bacon. I think it's Bacon. We see the causes, we look at the principles, and we work top down. We see how everything comes together, intelligibility, and from that we can infer how that unfolds into the physical world. Don't have to torture any monkeys. And also, we don't end up making fucking nuclear bombs and hand grenades. Because by understanding reality, we're also understanding the good. Ain't no moral or good or understanding of truth, reality, and good in fucking science. Build bigger and more horrific orphan-crushing machines for profit. So we're not rejecting the physical world, we're recognizing how to properly understand and function providentially through it. So it's genuinely possible to be present before the good itself and confirm our understanding of everything we've been doing today in direct experience. I want where Socrates says, oh, here we go. There is a parallel intelligible structure of our cosmos to the intelligibility of divine luminosity, which needs all the superlatives. So there's in the text, a confirmation of our idea that we have the physical highest functioning or causes or meaning of life in the cosmos, reflecting the same intelligible structure of the higher or mind or cosmos. There's our upgrade. Mankind is caught between those extremes of nature and the intelligible. Oh, where's the thing I'm after? Where he says, we call the maker of dreams the dream maker. After we bring to light these profound dreams, we often burn a stick of incense to honor the maker of dreams. It is from these kinds of reflections, there's our Aphrodite or Usia, or reflection, that we can say that we are part of a caring and intelligible cosmos that we participate in and can become in union with it. So we want to understand that there is a understandable but also caring universe. We get sent what we need to help us. Our job is to be receptive to that care. If you're insisting you know better, we get people who come into this chat sometimes. Oh, I think you're wrong. How many episodes of the stream have you seen? 0. Well, don't you want to learn? Remember,
there's only 2 options at the end of an argument. 1, you're wrong, but now you always get to be right about that topic going forward, so you get to learn something, which is always a plus. Or 2, you're right and you get to revel in being right. Win, 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 win.
So win, 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 win. But they don't. Because they would rather pretend to be better than someone else by taking their false belief certainty as the sadistic mark of knowing. Kind of sucks because we have fun here and we benefit. In other words, they're not receptive, they're not pregnant, they're blocked, so they can't participate in the dialectic. And it's through the dialectic we become receptive to the intelligibility of reality, providence, goodness. So by learning the language of providence, the dialectic, we can become receptive. So maybe we go through this process of the dialectic so we can become receptive to a divine providence. So let's put this in as a clue from the text. That for the sake of which to be receptive to divine intelligibility and care. Intelligibility and care, which is called providence. So we're demonstrating what we're defining, providence. So we can only come to this possible hypothesis because we are continuing to do this every day, practice our virtues every day, justice. We're reading this text. We're about, 80% through it. We've spent the whole week reflecting on it. Need both, holding hands.
I'm always good, and that is what I stand for, being good all the time.
That's what we stand for, justice, being good all the time. And we discover that there is an inherent intelligibility to the text, which we're using in our own reflection. In other words, as we saw in the text, by reflecting on dreams or the text, we can participate and become in union with it. So by trying to apply the dialectic to our reflection and understanding, Aphrodite and Apollo, we are becoming like that intelligible structure of reality. So only that do we get the clue from the text. But also, in doing that, we get the clue from the structure. That for the sake of which down here was to be receptive to a higher level. So maybe that for the sake of which we go through the level of mind, the dialectic, is to be receptive. So we're taking this receptivity, the recognition that of hyparxis, to be receptive to a higher level of functioning. So and maybe a level beyond the dialectic. Receptive to what? Divine intelligibility and care. Providence. The highest kind. Where does that come from? The art from the dream maker. It is from these kinds of reflection on our dreams and the maker of dreams both. So not just the dream or the activity, not just the dream midwife, but the dream maker. So by reflecting on your dreams and whatever it must be that created the dreams, we can participate and be a part of the intelligible and caring cosmos and unify with it. So, to be receptive to the divine intelligibility of care and intelligibility and care or providence, and unify with it through dream analysis and reflection on the dream maker.
The primary purpose of peanuts is not to murder, it's to eat for sustenance.
And the primary purpose, it seems, as a working hypothesis, is to go through, practice the dialectic, philosophy and midwifery, with the dialectician as a pregnant soul, to be, as we said, as we just read, it's this kind of activity that makes our mind able to confirm and experience the inherent logos of Usia, or to be receptive to the experience of divine luminosity. But all of that, having the model, the functioning, the activity of dialectic, and to be open and receptive on the seat, on the chair, is for the sake of what? Somehow to be receptive to a divine intelligibility and care or providence and unify with it, which is to do with dream analysis and reflecting on the dream maker. Interesting. We're getting somewhere here. Which means to be receptive to that kind of level of providence. Now, the word providence means intelligibility and care, but also it's the Greek word pronoia, before nous. So if we go from the physical activities in the physical world to then upgrade into participating in mind, or nous, the dialectic, the dimension of mind to the dialectic, that seems to be in service of being receptive to prior to nous. So there we have that multi-leveled nature, but not just to the cosmos and mind, but to the mind and something beyond mind that uses mind, which is neat because it reflects the other map we've been developing, the Venn diagram map. The idea that there is the lesser realm of becoming, our physical senses, from which we get beliefs and strict dualism, ignorance. There is the greater level, mind, from which we develop understanding, and that prepares us for knowing. That's together as wisdom, and that's the art of the dialectic. So that fits. So we've talked about the activities we can do in the physical world to bring us to the realm of mind or being, which is to participate in the dialectic, because it's the dialectic where we perfect our understanding and experience knowing. And also it's the dialectic which purifies our negative functioning in the physical world, belief or ignorance, which aligns with what we've said here, that the activity of the dialectic, which is the realm of mind, there's our middle term with the Venn diagram, has both our perfection towards knowledge, activity of understanding, and also the purification of philosophical midwifery of our negative functioning that came from our non-doing. So we would have likewise over here a bunch of, if it isn't, if we are not doing the virtues or vice, that's too thick. That's what she said.
Dumbass.
Come on.
Cunt's a little fucking bitch.
I agree. So remember, the dialectic has two, has the expression of these if it is, if what is. Now up here we said if the logos and ousia is, and if it isn't, over here, you have to do both in the dialectic. But equally here, if the virtues, because you want to be in the higher realm, you're open and receptive as a material cause to the to logos and ousia, or the dialectic. But in the level of soul, we can say on this side, if the virtues is, if you are spending your physical time practicing the virtues, there are the four there, seeking to be ruled by the logos, to be using your reading, that's your functioning, to rule your soul by the logos, to desire the logos, to be ruled by the logos, to seek it with courage, keep your cool.
Cool as a cuke.
And to do that at all times is justice. If the virtues is, but then equally so we can have a category of terms in opposition, or if it isn't, or vice. So the vice would be, you can do this yourself if you want, finding the 5, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 distortions of those 5 causes in the physical world that function in opposition to the virtues, to reading, to reflecting on our reading, to discovering the inherent intelligibility. And of course, we talk about certainty. Someone who comes in, here are my opinions, and I don't care what you say, and I'm not going to read, and I know better because I'm just copying my mummy and daddy. That's not virtue. That's not courage. That's not keeping your cool. Fighting, that's not keeping your cool. I mean, there is of course a place for arguing well and being assertive and standing up for yourself. That's also courage. But not getting wrapped into bullshit, not believing the bullshit, keeping your cool. All in service to getting on the chair, which is of course the hyparxis, or to be the receptive to a higher level. And similarly, we are saying, hey, perhaps that for the sake of which we go through the dialectic is to be receptive to an even higher color? Purple. So you're set to 2. A higher kind of receptive material cause. Getting closer. How are we for time? Would you say the principles of your midwifery are same or different from the higher intelligible principles? Good question, says Socrates. The principles of midwifery are like a shadow, as it were, of the intelligible principles, and it is the avenue through which further insight into this higher source can become available to us. Oh, so this realm of mind through the dialectic, which includes midwifery here, is a shadow of the higher intelligible system from which it derives its existence. So we're seeing once again, this is a kind of Venn diagram, and we have a bunch of causes in here that we want to find. And this is the shadow, which is interesting because the realm of being is said to be the reflection or scent or shadow or sunlight from the self. The ultimate reflects into the greater, which generates the lesser. The mind creates the cosmos, but mind itself is a reflection or shadow. Isn't that interesting? Fuck me. I gotta pause for a second and say, fuck me. That's amazing. I was looking for a specific sentence that I remembered from reading earlier where Socrates says, hey, if we can recognize as an intelligible principle behind reality, then it changes for everyone. And we can imagine why that would be the case. We can wake up to our purpose, we can stop hurting each other or killing each other or punishing each other or enslaving each other, get rid of fucking all this horseshit, and spend our life doing our intended purpose to participate in that intelligibility of reality that we've discovered exists. But in searching for I searched for inherent first, because I thought the sentence was, mankind awakes to its true purpose and awakens to the new age of the true mankind because when he realizes there's an inherent intelligibility in reality. I was looking for that because everything that we do in the physical world is that for the sake of which allowing us to be receptive to the inherent intelligibility of the dialectic. So I thought that's what I was looking for. But in looking for that, I couldn't find inherent, but in looking for the word intelligibility, we're getting all these clues about this. That our purpose, that this is actually, the dialectic, including midwifery, is a shadow of a higher order of intelligibility and providence. And our purpose is to become receptive to that and unify with it, which has something to do with dream analysis and reflecting on the dream maker. So this realm up here seems to be, which has its receptive material cause, seems to be something to do with dream analysis. So the higher realm of providence from what we just read, from the map. So when he used the word intelligibility, we can recognize, oh, that's the realm of being. As a shadow of the higher, yes, that fits. So as being is to becoming, or the realm of mind is to the cosmos, so too is the self that generates that shadow. So whatever the purpose of going through all those activities to get on the chair to participate in the dialectic, is to master the dialectic and go through these processes to be receptive to a new level of reality to do with providence, to do with self, and also to do with the dream maker. It seems. So if that's the case, then we've got our Venn diagram of causes, including a hyparxis cause at 2 levels. Starting to come together, isn't it, folks? You having fun? I'm having fun. I'm having fun.
All checks out.
It all checks out.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
That's true.
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
Bless you.
Absolutely gooped.
Goop.
The hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
You sick freak. So there would be a activity or mean cause through which we can participate in some sort of, get close, zoom in, an activity or mean cause with which we can participate in some sort of higher functioning which follows some sort of model or paradigm to our ultimate goal, that for the sake of which TFSW. You've heard of NSFW. Now we have TFSW, that for the sake of which.
Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together.
I should take that off the sound, off the random, because I've got it on its own button now. That for the sake of which, TSFW. That is friendly and safe for work, I don't know. Or the first and final cause. First and final. F&F. You've heard of Friday Night at Freddy's. Here we have the first and final cause.
You have severe mental illness and you need to be fucking checked into an insane asylum.
Really?
Oh, hey, what if we solved all of the basic problems of the world?
That would be good. We're working on it, RM. We're working on it. Back to the text. So, midwifery is like a shadow of the intelligible principles and the avenue through which further insight of this higher source become available for us. Along the way, there is a learning of the language of the dream market maker. So, in going through midwifery and dialectic, through the dialectic, you're gaining language of the dream maker along the way. So again, that's another kind of confirmation of this idea. Along the way of this, so just like in the soul, along the way of your practicing of the virtues, along the way of your reading, along the way of your talking and reflecting on your reading, you come to discover the language or model of the dream maker. Equally so, as we go through the dialectic, participate as a pregnant soul interested in giving birth to our higher ideas and removing the false ones in the activity of midwifery with the dialectician. Now, you could say philosophical midwifery is removing problems and philosophy is moving up, but actually both is midwifery. So if I just say midwifery, I sometimes I mean both. It just saves time a little bit. Because you could say you're pregnant with both kinds of ideas. So, as you're engaged in being open and curious and stung, going through the activity of midwifery with a dialectician, you are learning the language of the dialectic. I mean, as you learn the model from which all these things derive, you're also learning the language of the dream maker. Just as we go through this, the text comes from the language of the dialectic. Socrates is following the dialectic. In his books. Pierre Grimes is following the dialectic in his books. In the middle of this book, the whole conversation between Soc and Jesus, Soc is following the dialectic. So you're learning the language of the dialectic, which happens to me the model for everything that follows. So there we have that other idea of the blueprints for building the house is the model for the functioning of the builder, or the activity of building, and what kind of material you need. So that model cause is at a higher dimension, just as justice is a higher dimension from the triad, which means we could fit these three virtues along with the higher level of justice, which is what we did earlier, because we have that on the board. But of course, higher even than the blueprints is Billy living in the house. Higher even than the model is that for the sake of which. So in going through the dialectic, not only are we mastering the paradigm for the dialectic to become an expert dialectician, which is our greatest functioning in the realm of mind, that happens to be the language of the higher realm. So just as the language that we are discovering in these books we read is the whole business of the next realm, the dialectic, the language of our texts is the dialectic, and all of these five causes on the next level are about the dialectic. Therefore, if the text is saying the model that you are discovering by going through the dialectic also happens to be the language of the whole next realm. So the whole next realm happens to be functioning in the language of the dream maker. Meaning, the language of the dialectic is what we participated in the dialectic. So the model of our reading is the dialectic, and that's the activity that we engage in midwifery. Therefore, the language of dreams, dream analysis, is the higher level of functioning that would be using the language of the dream maker. But we also said our purpose is to not just participate in that. That's how we get divine intelligibility and care. So we are receptive. We are a kind of soul and mind. Now we are, so as this is the development of our soul to be receptive to mind, now we've developed our mind to be receptive to providence. So now the whole point of going through the dialectic is to become a receptive material cause. Receptive, what's the material? Not soul, but mind. A mind receptive to providence. Providence. So notice, to be stung, notice, let's go right at the beginning. To be the receptive material cause means you have to have courage. You have to be open to letting go of everything you've carried. But you don't know what's going to happen. What's going to happen if you drop your images? But that's my mask. That's how I manipulate with the world. That's my role within the family. That's my role within religion. That's my political identity. How can I drop all that? To follow the logos? I don't even know what that is yet. I have to follow the... Yes, that means wisdom, to follow the logos. That's what it means to be receptive. To be completely stung, open, curious, wondering, and following and seeking truth. A truth you don't know yet. That's why you're receptive. The bricks and the wood are not a house yet. They are receptive to the building to become a house, so Billy can live there. And you go through the reading. As you go through, you're mastering the virtues, so you become more and more receptive. You are perfecting the material cause of your soul. But all this is you realizing, hang on, all this reading that we've been doing, not only downwardly allows me to perfect my virtues, but upwardly, I'm learning that there's a model called the dialectic. And that's for the sake of which to be receptive to the dialectic. When you're in the chair, to be stung or receptive means you don't know your problem. If you knew your problem, you wouldn't still be in it. You don't know the nature of self and reality. If you did, well, you would be a dialectician. If you thought you did, you wouldn't be there. So again, it's receptive to the dialectic. You are now a soul receptive to the dialectic. So the whole purpose of our physical world activities is to become a stung, pregnant soul receptive to the dialectic. Notice the jabronis who are in chat who are saying, I said, you do this, you look it up. What do you think about my beliefs? What do you think about determinism? What do you think about time? What do you think? You're leading the conversation. You ain't receptive to shit. You're in the wrong place, pal. If you want your opinions, if you want to be a leader, fucking learn a skill and become a captain of something, become a pilot, become a architect and be a leader. Or if you want to lead through your ignorance, then fucking start a religion. Become a Republican. If you want some content creator to agree with your bullshit and pretend that you are smarter than you are, and you should be the leader when you shouldn't be, then go to Asmongold's stream. The whole purpose of being here is the people who stick around here are souls practicing virtue. And that, as you are open and curious and you read and reflect, you notice you are gaining a benefit. You are verifying in experience what was just a hypothesis to begin with. And that enlivens you, that inspires you. It has a rolling on effect, a snowballing effect. And at the end of that, you discover that there is an intelligibility of the universe. Now you've awoken to the next stage of humanity. Now you are receptive to not just reading, you're receptive to the dialectic. In other words, you are not leading the conversation. You are answering the questions. Debate is, I'm telling you what you should do. And the other person doesn't do anything. There's monologuing. It's bullshit. You should do this, you should do this, you should do this. And the other person's like, fuck you, no, I think you're wrong. Fuck you, no, I think you're wrong. So nothing changes, no one learns. You just become more entrenched in your ignorance and you are cosplaying a dialectician. As belief is the cosplaying of knowing, so too the dialectic is the cosplaying of the true human function of logos and ousia, the dialectic. Just like anyone who does, any parent who punishes is cosplaying a actual parent. No fucking parent punishes a kid, because that's stupid. You don't learn to address the causes of problems through punishment. All you learn is to not get caught and to seek positions where you can inflict that same injustice on others. The cycle of ignorance and violence that has plagued humanity for generations. All the way back to the cave. Nothing other than debate or cosplaying the dialectic. So to be in the game, the true quest of man requires you to go through virtue, a kind of soul receptive to the logos. Notice all of these virtues is, one way of defining all these virtues is receptivity to the logos. Logos and ousia, our greatest physical, the greatest attributes we have in our physical dimension. The capacity for self-reflection and ousia. Therefore, courage is your outward seeking of the logos and ousia, in spite of your current false beliefs that say don't do it. Have this mask instead. Temperance is keeping your cool.
Cool as a cuke.
but also arranging the soul so that you desire with your belly, you seek with your heart, and you reason with your mind the same good, the logos. Temperance is you're keeping your cool because you don't give a shit what people say in terms of your reputation or honor or fame. You don't give a shit what bag the lobbyist will give you, or what perks Epstein will give you, or what financial rewards Trump will give you to manipulate you to not seeking truth and wisdom. So it's to be receptive as what you desire, ousia and logos. Temperance, to be seeking outwardly, so there's our inner desire or seeking the good, that part of the soul. We inwardly seek our desire, one of the forces. Other force of the soul, our outward moving courage, to outwardly seek ousia and logos. And of course, be on guard for its opposite, pathologos. Wisdom is to be open and receptive to be being ruled by the logos. And of course, justice is when you do it all times. So this whole thing is to be the virtues, or which is a practice, so you can start today. You don't have to do anything to begin this game, to begin reading. You just have to be receptive to the logos. So our greatest material cause or meaning of life that starts the whole game is to be receptive, or a soul. We don't even know what the soul is yet. This is the soul. Let's say a soul receptive to the rule of logos. To desire logos, to seek logos, and to be ruled by logos. That's why we read. That's why we read this and not Kant. Kant's a little bitch, right?
Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together.
I need to take that one off, though. But thank you. We will do that, right?
I think it's so awesome.
It is awesome.
Bless you. Excuse you. Bless you.
Bless and excuse all of us. So that we can be in the chair to be a stung and pregnant soul, or another way of saying that would be we are now a mind. So we could say the stung or pregnant soul is in the realm of soul. So we could say that for the sake of which we read is to become a stung or pregnant, same thing. Pregnant with an idea. Pregnant soul, which is of course the hyparxis to not a soul receptive to the logos as the material cause, but a mind. Now you're in the level of mind. So what was the top of the realm of soul was a pregnant and stung soul that you can only be when you discover the dialectic. But in going through the reading, you're learning the language of the dialectic to become stung so that you can therefore upgrade, level up, mind, receptive to the rule of dialectic. Notice, in true conversation and reflection, there is a leader and a follower. Why would you follow someone if you think that there is no such thing as truth? Because why would I follow someone else's ignorance? That's why in reading you discover the language, the model for your reading and reflecting and virtues is the dialectic. So you are learning the language of the higher model. Just as in going through the dialectic, you're learning the language of the dream maker. So only in realizing that there is a language and to be familiar with it, you need to do that. Otherwise, why would you follow someone else's questions and answers? Answer me this. No, it's a trap. You're just trying to trap me. That's why they killed Socrates. They thought when the ignorant people saw people following Socrates' questions and giving answers, they saw how they were developing their understanding to a true conclusion. But their true conclusion was different from the ignorance of the many, the fascists. So they thought, hey, questions and answers, following someone's lead, you're trying to scam them. Because we are all fucking scammers. That's the Republicans, that's the right wing, that's the capitalists, that's the religious people. They think, hey, they're evil. The Jews are evil, the Muslims are evil, the Mormons are evil, anyone not my religion are evil. And they're all scamming and lying. Why? Because that's what they know. They can't see that there is a higher functioning in the world other than scamming. Because that's their whole fucking world. Because like it or not, every religious person knows at some level that their religion is fucking bullshit. They can pretend all they want, and some of them are deeply convinced, but there is some level of soul that recognizes it's bullshit. It's a scam. Just like all of these fucking capitalists who get up on these stages paid for by billionaires to say, actually, we need slavery. We need extreme wealth inequality. They know they're not experts. They are faking it because they think everyone fakes it. That's why for these right-wingers or belief-based functioners, every accusation is a confession. That's why all of these stupid right-wingers are saying, huh, Fauci is trying to scam us. They don't understand there is something called an art of medicine. They don't understand there is something called actual fucking understanding because they're raised in a pathologos party called the right wing and a pathologos group called religion. If everything is scammers, then even these experts are scammers. Of course, that's their reality. That's the nature of the pathologos. You project onto the world the ignorance that you're in. Therefore, if you think everything is just opinion, you can't be doing the dialectic, because why the fuck would you be open and receptive to answering questions from a scammer? If everything is just belief and manipulation, that's why they killed Socrates. They didn't realize he wasn't fucking tricking them. He was leading them through development, understanding, and growth. He was allowing them to participate in the fucking reason they were here on this planet in the first place. Therefore, you won't be receptive to the dialectic unless you learn it exists. Discover the model in your reading. You won't be reading unless you're receptive to the logos. If you don't think there is a way of understanding things, understanding yourself, why would you read a book about understanding and knowing yourself? So the virtues, by definition, is to be open and receptive to the logos. The ignorance of our modern age is personified with stoicism. Not, from what I've seen, almost all philosophy on the internets are stoic, which is to take these words and remove their nature. You're not open and receptive to the rule of logos. You are using the word courage to be saying, I am more certain and courageously strong in my fucking ignorance. I'm going to be a business bro harder. I'm going to do gym alpha male maxing harder. That's stoicism. I'm going to go on my grind set with courage. I'm going to learn how to grift. That's what wisdom is. Bollocks. That's modernism, that's Aristotle's legacy, and that's the opposition to truth, or over here. So, we could put Stoicism maybe in this one, the antithesis to true virtue, Stoic. So, to begin is to practice being a soul receptive to the rule of the Logos, even though you have yet to learn it, but that allows you to get into the books where you can learn it. If you want to be a master mechanic, you have to be receptive to the rule of your teacher, to the rules of mechanical engineering. Otherwise, how would you start reading an engineering book if you don't think there is an inherent logos or understandability to fixing engines? So that's our first material course, to be a soul receptive to the rule of logos, so you can read and you discover that there is a pattern underlying it called the dialectic. So now you can be open and stung. You're not about punishment or hiding your problems. You want to give birth to them in the ideal environment, following not a scammer. Anyone who does blame, shame, or punishment is a fucking scammer. Do not listen to their shit. Can I give you advice? Fuck off with your advice. I want a dialectician. Advice is for bitches, right?
Dude, suck my dick.
Exactly. I want someone who's not operating from advice or belief or opinions. I want someone with the fucking understanding to lead me. I'm not going to college to learn medicine from some religious idiot. I want a fucking doctor. I'm not learning how to fly a plane from some believer or grifter. I want someone who's a pilot. Same thing. I'm not going to be open and receptive to reflecting on the puzzles I'm here to solve by someone who's a fucking clip chimper, who is just looking for an opportunity to, you made a mistake, good, now I can make you feel bad and punish you. That's the sadism of belief. That's the savage nature behind all fucking human cruelty. A clip chimping, the opposite of the dialectic, catching people wrong, so then you can say, and therefore you're bad, and therefore you deserve punishment, because punishment is good for some fucking stupid non-reason, so that I can inflict suffering on you as a fucking sadist, imitating the sadist that was my earliest teacher. That's why humans are fucking savages to our own species and planet. We haven't done these and learnt the difference between debate and dialectic, between belief and understanding. But by reading, you can. So, as a soul has to be receptive to the rule of the Logos, eventually you discover that there is a thing called the dialectic. Now you can be a mind receptive to the rule of the dialectic. So you're not receptive to the dialectician, you are receptive to the dialectic principles itself. Because the dialectician might get it wrong. Now, ideally, he's not. But that's why you also have to be in this activity, not of reading, but of midwifery or the dialectic, with the dialectician as the functioner, as the doer. You are yourself, as you go through this process, learning the paradigm that you're following. And what we're saying is the paradigm of this is the language of the higher. So, the paradigm of reading is the dialectic. Sorry, the model for reading is the language of the dialectic. We're becoming like Socrates and the author who are following the dialectic. Reading without interpretation is understanding and not belief. Dialectic. So the model for these below, for our reading and reflection and to rule our soul according to it, virtues, is the language of the higher. Therefore the logos enousia, the logos enousia of mind itself, or the logos enousia, that's the model is the logos of ousia, oops. This one. Of intelligibility. Which is the model, of course, of the dialectic that we are seeing, but it's also the language of the dream maker. Therefore, we become, that for the sake of which is to be the ideal mind, that is receptive to the divine intelligibility and care or providence, and to unify with it through the reflection on dreams and the dream maker. Ideal mind. It's the ideal or hyparxis mind. Like the ideal soul is one which is open and receptive to the dialectic. Yeah. That's the transition from soul to mind. The ideal mind is to be open and receptive to providence through dream analysis. Also, we have and to unify. You reflect on dream, you do through dream analysis, but it's not just dream analysis. As you do dream analysis, you also are asked, hey, by the way, you gained a profound insight into what helps you in your life. What does that say about your dream maker? Where do you think this intelligence came from? Therefore, dream analysis and reflection on... It's a bit big down here. Oh no, fuck it. Right. Notice the, not a. We need the word the. Some languages don't have it. Make sure you put it in. Dream maker, so that we can participate in providence and unify with it. Is that the point? Unify with. Back to the text. With my coffee.
I'm always good, and that is what I stand for, being good all the time.
It's a nice principle.
I'm a real living being.
And that's also good too. What do you say, Emma?
Making ice cream's a good and courageous thing.
Yeah, but you always say that. Okay, so midwifery is the shadow of a higher principle, meaning there's a higher dimension. The art that surfaces an unsuspected problem is a spiritual knowledge that benefits and nurtures the soul. There's our benefit and nurturing or divine providence. We call the maker of dreams the dream maker. After we bring to light these profound dreams, we often burn a stick of incense, mine have just run out, well, it ran out earlier, to honor the maker of dreams. Meaning, as you engage in your profound dreams through dream analysis, you also then reflect on the maker. It's two parts to it. Just as there was two parts to the middle realm, dialectic. There was the downward movement, removing the beliefs from the soul, but the upward movement to reach the truth about mind and self. But notice, what's midwifery? Removing your problems. What's the ultimate cause of your problems? The first and final? A false image of self. You're removing your false mask or false identity of self. What's philosophy? The upward moving through the dialectic. Hang on a second, didn't we say there are two spiritual experiences? There's the divine luminosity of intelligibility of mind, but also there's the experience or knowing the self. So you're removing your false images of self and perfecting your ultimately truth of self. So as the physical world, we perfect our soul to be a open, receptive, pregnant soul that upgrades in us being so we go through this reading to perfect our soul's receptivity to the rule of logos, so that we can eventually upgrade to the level of mind, participating now in the mind, receptive to the rule of the dialectic. What does a dialectic do? The activity of purifying the false self and perfecting the true self. Therefore, that for the sake of which is the ideal mind, or the pregnant mind, ideal mind, which is what? How does the ideal mind function? So we've gone from soul to mind, from mind to self. The ideal mind is the mind of self. So it's not from, you begin the first one, soul receptive to the logos, then the beginning of the next realm, in the dialectical realm, is the mind, not soul anymore. The receptive material cause is the mind receptive to the dialectic. The ideal mind becomes the not mind receptive to providence, self. You are free, ideally, from a false image of self, and you've developed through the dialectic an experience of mind that you're recognizing as the shadow of self, or the language of self. Everything you experience in divine luminosity ain't the end. Tell a Taoist to that. That's a bit of a joke. You don't have to. Remember, as we go through, we learn that the model of mind, the ideal functioning of mind is the dialectic, is the language of the higher, just as the model of reading of texts that we read and function through in an activity as a receptive soul is the language of mind. The language of mind becomes the model of reading or the soul's activity in the world, the dialectic. So too, now that we're in the realm of the dialectic, as a mind receptive to, hey, you don't have it in your mind, you've got a soul with problems. You've got a curious, open, receptive mind. In other words, you're not leading. That's what it means to be open, receptive. The bricks and the wood of the building is not in charge. The builder is in charge. The bricks have to do what the builder says. So long as the builder is functioning through the activity or mean term of building. And so long as the builder is not being a builder, he's being a grifter or whatever, if he's not following the model and paradigm, the blueprints. So too, the dialectician has to function through an activity and also has to be following the model. The model for the functioning activity and receptivity to the dialectic is also the language of the higher. Therefore, you go through your reading only to ultimately discover the dialectic. So you can then, that for the sake of which, become a mind receptive to the dialectic. You go through the dialectic so that you can discover that there is a paradigm of mind or intelligibility. That's the language of self. So you can be, I'm no longer interested in or identify with mind. Even divine luminosity ain't me. That's a kind of block if you identify with it. Your experience of mind, even the highest, even the paradigm of mind, the divine luminosity that the dialectic uses as its model for the dialectic to judge whether you're actually true and beautiful or you're having a false model from your childhood. Even that is the language, or even that isn't the self. Even that experience is something you have. Just as you are not your car, it's something you have, so too, even the the paradigm or model or ideal of mind isn't you. It's something you just had an experience of and can function through as a dialectician. Therefore, it's the language of the higher, the language of the dream maker. But we also recognize the physical mind and self, so we can include self up there. So somehow the dream maker and self are connected. So now you're not interested in mind, you want the self. And all of your activity in the dialectic is to be purifying your false idea of self, philosophical midwifery, and perfecting the true philosophy. So now you are a self receptive to providence. Providence is prior to mind. It can use mind, it generates mind as a kind of providential expression. It's through the dialectic it communicates. It's the language, the model of the dialectic is the language of providence. Mythologically represented, that's Prometheus giving to mankind what he needs to save ourselves and make us into gods. The dialectic. Therefore, we're interested in ourself as the self. But again, you're open and free from your problems through midwifery. Do you know the self? Just as in the first realm, you don't know the ideal soul, but you are practicing the virtues to become receptive to the logos to lead your soul, so that you become the ideal mind as a material. To become the ideal soul would becoming an upgrade to mind, but you don't know what mind is. But you're a mind open and receptive to the dialectic to find the ideal mind, and that ideal mind is to recognize, hey, I'm using my mind to experience the mind and remove my problems so that I can recognize that the ideal mind is using mind to recognize or understand that we ain't the mind. Just as the ideal physical activity is to realize you ain't your physical body. You've got a mind, so you can become the receptive mind. At the beginning, you become the ideal mind, the pregnant mind, the mind recognizing, I ain't the mind. It's something I have. Now you are a receptive self. Just as you perfect the excellence of your mind through the dialectic, the self perfects its excellence to know the self through providence of dreams. You're receptive in the activity of dream analysis through the functioning of the dream analysis dialectician or midwife. That must be following some sort of paradigm. The inherent ousia and logos of down here it was the inherent logos and intelligibility of intelligibility or mind, which means at a higher level there is some inherent ousia and logos of not mind but self. There is some understanding of self and some experience of self. The two together would be a higher class of wisdom. Remember, wisdom is the understanding and experience, or the ousia, the logos and the ousia of divine luminosity of mind. Therefore, there has to be a cause for that. If that's the shadow of something, it has to be a shadow of the ousia and logos of self, whatever in the heck that is. Whatever it is the model the dream maker is using to generate dreams through the language of dialectic. So there's our big question. What the heck would it be like to know that which is beyond knowledge, transcends knowledge, but knowledge itself is the shadow. Knowledge is the ousia shadow of the ousia of self, just as understanding is the shadow of the logos shadow of the logos self. What the fuck is that? Is our question. So we give 2 question marks because that's a doozy. What's that for the sake of which we go through dream analysis that you wouldn't go through unless you've been going through the dialectic, that you wouldn't be going through unless you've been reading? So the activity of dream analysis is the meaning of life, that you can only get to if you've recognized that the activity of the dialectic midwifery is the meaning of life. That you would only get to unless you won't get to unless you realize that reading these texts is the meaning of life. The difference is we're talking about 3 different dimensions. One leads into the other. And you say, actually, I know, well, yes, but to what ends? Well, actually, so you can say, well, okay, another way of answering the meaning of life is so that you can review your readings. You have to be reading so you can reflect on it with your friends over coffee. Cheers. So you get to the dialectic. The meaning of life, therefore, is to get engaged in the dialectic so that you become the ideal functioning of mind, the dialectician. I like that because it's all of that. You're using the model, you're engaging in the activity, and you're helping receptive souls. What ends? Oh, when you realize the model that you've been using for the dialectic is actually the language of your dream maker or self, there's an interesting puzzle. What's the connection between self and dream maker? Is it the same? Now you're not interested in mind. You can still do the others. You're still, so long as you're alive, you can still practice the virtues of the soul. You can still practice the dialectic in mind. In fact, you need to be, because dream analysis can lead into the dialectic. But the higher use of the dialectic is to be self or, as we saw, a pregnant soul is equal to a pregnant soul is equal to mind receptive to the dialectic. The ideal mind is not receptive on the level of mind. It's pregnant or stung or puzzled So the receptivity to providence and dream analysis is the next level up. Puzzled. So pregnant and stung about providence. Where's the providence? How am I? Where? all this benefit and care from some dialectic structure of reality that I can engage in with mind? What's that about? Where the hell's providence coming from? How is there an order to my life? And how is there a goodness extended to me so long as I participate in the dialectic? I'm pregnant about providence. And curious, pregnant, stung, curious, all together. Puzzled. The Greek word aporia unifies all of these. So again, another word we can add to our English to be pregnant and stung and curious and puzzled. Aporia. About self and the providence, which is the innate care and intelligibility. The caring intelligibility. Intelligibility. Lots of I's in there. Is that Usia and Logos? So now you're a self receptive to the providence of dreams. So a mind pregnant about the self. Now I'm in the realm of self. But I don't know what the self is. But you know who I'm going to listen to? A dream master. So now you're a self receptive to the virtues. Is a soul receptive to rule of the Logos. Get into the reading of the Logos. To become a mind receptive to the rule of the dialectic. So you can get into the dialectic. To become a self receptive to who knows your purpose and problems better than you, to the rule of the dream maker. Actually, rule of the Logos. The model of the Logos is the dialectic. Receptive to the rule of the dialectic. The model of the dialectic is paradigm. Therefore, the paradigm is who we're receptive to. We're reading about the Logos, we're reflecting on it to get the inherent intelligibility of reality. Which is, of course, discovering the inherent intelligibility of the Logos. So the model of the Logos that you are following is the dialectic. Therefore, when you've recognized the model of the Logos is the dialectic, then you can upgrade your virtues. Why? Because the virtues is a soul practicing to be ruled by the Logos. What do you know from the Logos? Whatever you're reading. You've only read a couple of books, use that. So you're reading the Logos text. So you can start with book 3 and 4, I think, of Plato's Republic, Balboa translation. So you can actually nail down these 4 virtues. But the more you read and the more you reflect, which is exactly what we do on the stream, the more you realize there is actually a model of the Logos. The model of the Logos is the dialectic. Therefore, you can use that for your virtues. You can keep your cool as you follow the dialectic. Someone threatens you with a debate or tries to get you to engage in their bullshit roles or their opinions. You say, no. Well, those are some curious, not interesting, curious opinions. Curious not because they're interesting, because they're your problem. Well, those are some curious opinions. I'm keeping my cool and being ruled by the dialectic. If you want to engage with me, you play the dialectic. We don't play silly buggers around here. If you want to play the debate, you can.
Calm your fucking tits.
Can calm your fucking tits. I seek the dialectic and with courage. I am ruled by the dialectic with wisdom. I am doing at all times the dialectic justice. So once you've reached the model, your virtues can upgrade. But because that model is called the dialectic, it's also the language of the higher. Now you've gone from your ideal soul is a pregnant soul, pregnant with a higher idea. Stung, curious. What are you curious about? Mind. Now you're a mind, so if you want to develop your mind, as the soul was receptive to the rule of the Logos, so too, the mind is receptive to the rule of the dialectic. You follow the dialectic, you take the dialectic's conclusions, you apply the dialectic conclusions in your life. And you realize the model of the dialectic is as a whole ousia and in parts understanding or logos. That's the inherent intelligibility of mind. The inherent intelligibility of mind, just like the inherent the intelligibility of logos is the dialectic, so too the intelligibility of the dialectic is mind. Let me say that again. The intelligibility of the logos in reading is the dialectic. The intelligibility of the model for dialectic is mind. The intelligibility, the inherent intelligibility, or logos and ousia, of mind is, let's say that again. Receptive soul, receptive to what? The logos, the rule of the logos. You don't know, courage. That's why we read. We discover, the inherent intelligibility of the logos is the dialectic. Oh, Jesus. Now mind receptive to the dialectic. The inherent intelligibility of mind is the model of the dialectic. I did it wrong here. Let me fix this. The logos and ousia of mind is or is knowledge. Is knowledge, understanding and knowledge. Logos and ousia of mind is actually the inherent intelligibility or the language of self. The logos and ousia of mind is the inherent language or intelligibility of self, just as the inherent intelligibility of logos is the dialectic, which is the logos and ousia or intelligibility of the higher realm. So, the intelligibility of the logos and the intelligibility of logos is the dialectic. And the logos and ousia of mind, or the intelligibility of mind, is the language of self. It's not right, is it? Logos and ousia, or the intelligibility that just means those two things of mind is also the language of self, right? So the inherent intelligibility of logos is the language of dialectic. So too, in the realm of dialectic, the intelligibility of mind is the language of self. Intelligibility of mind, or dialectic, is the language of self. So, there is an inherent intelligibility or logos and ousia of self. That would be the language of, well, nothing. It's the end. It's just the inherent intelligibility of self. So as we've seen, logos and ousia means intelligibility. That's the key word of today. Intelligibility. It's knowable and understandable of self. So the paradigm of self that you can knowing the self and understanding the self, is what the dream analysis midwife uses through the activity of dream analysis and reflecting on the dream maker to the self responsible to be ruled by your dreams. Hey, imagine someone new to the game. Imagine saying, hey, don't spend your life doing what you think you should do. Follow the logos. No way. What the fuck is it? I don't even know what the logos is. No, that's why you need courage. What? Courage? No, but sometimes my desires want me to be cool, and sometimes I want to eat all the ice cream. I should just go with my whims, bro. Or I was told that I get lots of pats on the head when I do good Anglicanism, and if I'm a good Anglican Christian, I get all the sandwiches on Sunday. I would rather desire those goods. No, that's why you need temperance, bro. Keep your cool, or desire the logos. Desire the logos with temperance. Seek the logos with courage, so I can be ruled with the logos. How often? All times. Justice. What? I'm not open to be ruled by that thing I don't know yet. I can't sacrifice the idea that my upbringing and opinions know better. I come from the school of hard knocks. It's common sense. But you have to. Otherwise you can't read. You can't study to become a vet if you think you already know everything about veterinary medicine. I read the Bible, and I know that if I have a sick dog, all I got to do is pray with my heart. You can't study. You can't read. You can't learn. Same thing with every politician. I know what justice is. It's hurting the people who look different from me and getting all the money. No, you can't learn the logos, what true justice is. So you have to be open at the beginning to be ruled by that which you don't yet know, the logos. Equally too, when you're on the chair, you're in the realm of mind. You're not reading at the moment. You're sitting on the chair of the dialect, doing a dialectic. You don't know the dialectic yet at the beginning. You are answering the questions. You're doing your best to tell the truth and answer as best you can. And then as you perfect the dialectic, you realize, hang on a second. You know who's the best dialectician in the world? Our dream maker. In fact, so much so that if I want to do dialectic in terms of philosophy upward and midwifery downwards, perfection and purification, it's best to start with dream analysis first. It will guide you to which of the two you should do. Because the inherent intelligibility of mind, that's the model of the dialectic, the logos and ousia of mind, is the language of self. So you could say in one sense, the self here on the highest level communicates through the language or the mean term of dialectic to souls. So in a higher level, the material cause or the receptive cause is our souls that we perfect through reading, and we communicate with self through the activity cause of dialectic, ideally in dream analysis, where the dialectician is the dream maker or the self. So there's our material, activity, and instrumental cause or triad. Which means you practice the dialectic until you realize that, holy crap, it's the language of the self or the dream maker. So now I realize I'm not here to purify my mind. My ideal mind, the ideal use of my mind, like the ideal use of my soul is to become curious about the mind and get into dialectic. The ideal use of the mind is to become curious about the self and get into dream analysis. Therefore, the greatest and ultimate purpose, so you could say this is the lesser meaning of life as souls, learning to become curious about mind. The greater meaning of life or purpose is minds learning to become curious about self. And the ultimate, there's our three terms in the analogy: ultimate, greater, and lesser. Our triad of terms under the category of, where is it? Here we go. Threes or truth, our outward seeking logos. Lesser, greater, ultimate. Diotima, Socrates, us. Or us, Socrates, Diotima. So now the ideal mind is to become curious about self. The ideal self is to become curious about mind to do the dialectic. The ideal mind is to become curious about self to do dream analysis. So what's the ideal self? You don't know what the self is, but you are the ideal mind. The ideal mind tells you through all of your work in dialectic and reading that the mind tells you that the ideal self that you don't know yet, just like you don't know your soul yet at the beginning, the ideal self is to be receptive and open to rule from dreams, from the dream maker, or the intelligibility of self, to be ruled by the inherent logos and ousia intelligibility of self. That's the paradigm. To function according to that paradigm is the ideal, the ultimate meaning of life functioning, to become a dream analysis dialectician or midwife. The greatest, the ultimate activity human beings can engage in is therefore dream analysis and reflection on the dream maker during or after that process, both. As a pregnant mind seeking the self, or as a self receptive to the dream analysis and dream maker. To be ruled by the dream maker, which seems to be the self, because we can end up unifying that, for the sake of which we go through our ultimate functioning and activity, is to unify ourselves, this pregnant receptive self to the dream maker, to unify self with the dream maker. According to the text, and according to the patterns, and according to our reflection, and according to our reading, and according to our activity of dialectic that we've been engaging in, if you've been doing it. Can you tell me about the dream maker? Yes, we've been talking about that for 3.5 hours. Do you have any specific questions? What we've just, I can answer you in many different ways. It really depends on where you're at. For instance, where we are at after our stream today is the dream maker. It is the ultimate purpose. The ultimate purpose of our soul is to become curious and receptive, to be ruled by not your own beliefs and opinions, but by the Logos. Only if you're seeking to be ruled by the Logos can you get into reading the Logos books we read on this channel. By the way, to function in that way as your soul is the virtues. To be ruled, be open to be ruled by the Logos is wisdom. To seek it is courage. To desire it, temperance. To do this at all times, justice. Therefore, your ideal conditioning of your soul is to be receptive in the highest way, in all ways, at all times, to the Logos, as what rules your life. Only in doing that can you read in the greatest activity you can do. The greatest functioning, the way you relate to others in the world, is to reflect on not your own opinions, but the Logos that you've been reading and trying to rule yourself according to. Reflecting on the text, the questions, the puzzles, and the terms and answers. If you do that, you'll recognize that there is an inherent intelligibility of that Logos. There is a model that all these texts follow. They all follow the same pattern. That's the model cause, paradigm cause. So the meaning of life becomes to discover the model behind your reading and reflection. That model is also called the dialectic, or the language of mind. If you recognize that, you can reach your highest purpose as a soul, to become stung or pregnant with an idea about the mind. Therefore, if you reached your final cause, your purpose, you can upgrade into the realm of mind. Now I'm going to tell you the meaning of life using the same 5 terms, but changing the category now that you've upgraded, because you've learned and discovered there is something called a dialectic, the language of mind. Now you are a pregnant soul, or in other words, now you're not interested in the physical, you're interested in the mind. You are now a mind receptive to rule your mind through the dialectic, to guide your thoughts, your thinking, your reflection and talking through the model of the dialectic. You don't know the dialectic yet. You've only just discovered it because of all of the work you've been doing as a soul. But you have to be ruled by it. Just like when you started, you didn't know what the Logos was, but you have to practice the virtues anyway. So now you're in the game of the dialectic. The meaning of life, therefore, is to be a mind receptive to be ruled by the dialectic. So you can engage in our greatest activity, either the activity of removing your false ideas about mind and self you carry, that's called midwifery, that's how you solve your problems, or to develop your understanding of mind through the activity of the dialectic, which you can only do if you've been reading and stuff, so you have to meet these conditions first. So the greatest activity is the dialectic, which has 2 functions: remove what's false and perfect what's true. As you do that, you're benefiting, but you're learning how to function in your ideal way. Therefore, the meaning of life, the greatest way that we can act in the world, is to master the art of the dialectician. That's how you function in your world now. That's how your mind works now. If you do that, you will discover that there is an inherent pattern or model from which the dialectic, as you're functioning, derives. There is a understandability and experience you can experience and understand, logos and ousia. That's called intelligibility, the mind or the dialectic. But the inherent knowability and understandability or intelligibility of mind is the language of self. Just as the inherent model of logos was the language of dialectic. So now, the purpose that you go through the dialectic is so that your mind is now curious about yourself. What is the self? If mind, even the divine luminosity of the brilliant light, spiritual experience, if that's just the language of self, what the fuck is the self? If any experience, spiritual or otherwise, I've had, is had by the self, then the self is more primary and higher. And if even the dialectic is the reflection or shadow of self, what the heck is the self? Therefore, the purpose of your development as a human being is to develop the ideal mind, that for the sake of which cause you go through the dialectic. The ideal mind is one that's pregnant, stung, curious, puzzled about the nature of self and providence. Providence is when you realize that there is a divine, profound care greater than anything you've ever thought about before, that you have participated in and benefited from through the reading of the books that these people have written, through the activity of the dialectic. Therefore, the ideal mind, the whole purpose, the meaning of life is to become puzzled, which means you don't know, but you're curious. The word for stung, puzzled, curious, pregnant is aporia. We need to use that word because it's don't have it in English. About the self and the profound providence or the caring intelligibility of the self. Only when you have recognized that the self is beyond mind and it is profoundly intelligible and profoundly caring can you be in the ultimate game. The ultimate game, therefore, or just as in the world of soul, that for the sake of which you've been reading and reflecting is to become a mind receptive to be ruled by the dialectic in the realm of mind now. So too, as you rule your mind according to the dialectic, you end up as the ideal mind, which is to upgrade. Now you're in the realm of self, but you don't know what the self is yet. So the ideal functioning of mind is your mind telling yourself, holy shit, the self is even better. That's what my goal is. Therefore, the ideal material cause or receptive cause is to be self-receptive, to be ruled by your dream maker. Even if you're a master dialectician, mastering the language of self or mastering mind, and even if you've experienced the paradigm of mind directly, all this is unite with the highest logos. Well, logos and ousia are the two aspects of intelligibility. Logos, you might say, is the parts or the understanding. Ousia is the capacity to turn around and experience it. So you want both understanding and knowledge. You don't have the model of mind unless you've experienced it directly all at once as a whole. But that doesn't mean shit if you haven't understood it. If you see a Super Bowl and you don't know what a halfback is and a quarterback is, you're not going to enjoy the game. You're not going to become a better football player. You need both. Otherwise, it's not a paradigm. And the model and the analogy we're using is building a house. The receptive cause is bricks, but the bricks don't know how to build a house. The best bricks are receptive to the activity cores to be built with. Bricks that fall apart in the act of building are rubbish bricks. But the building isn't going to build it. You need a builder. That's the ideal functioning of mind, the dialectician. For the building a house, a builder. They wear a hard hat and a vest. Sometimes. And by the way, you can't do any of that unless the builder is constantly reflecting on the blueprints. The blueprints contains everything as a whole, but also all the parts. So when you say logos, you're talking about the understandability or parts. When you use the word ousia, you're talking about it as a whole. Builder needs both to function as a builder. The word for both is wisdom when you're in the realm of mind, and the word for both in any realm is intelligibility. The intelligibility of mind, therefore, is the definition of Sophia or wisdom. But down here, when you haven't reached that level yet, you're just a soul learning how to read, which is, again, rare, like 0.0000001% of the people are at this level. Super, super rare. To be a soul, to be open to be ruled by the logos? The fuck does that mean? So you can realize that there is an inherent intelligibility. It's not wisdom, it's the dialectic. What's the dialectic? This, on the board. Dialectic. This structure, as a whole, that you can use as a whole, but also you can understand its parts. Whole, ousia, parts, logos. So there is an inherent intelligibility that the author is using when he writes. That's why we read these texts. So the greatest activity we can function in is reading, not of any old garbage, but reading text written by a master of the dialectic. Pierre Grimes and Socrates, but so long as you're reading the Balboa translation of Socrates, otherwise it ain't worth much. That's why we read those two books, those two kinds of books. So we can learn the logos, perfect our virtues as a soul, have something worth talking about, which is our ideal functioning over coffee with our friends, to discover that there is inherent logos and ousia or intelligibility. That's called the dialectic, the language of the dialectic. Now, the greatest use of your physical soul is to say, hey, the greatest part of my soul is the mind. Focus on that. So now you're ready as a mind receptive to be ruled by the language of mind, the dialectic. Not ruled by your own opinions or your own image of what it means to be a Noah or a good Christian or a good academic or a good Buddhist. Nope. That's not receptive. That's not being stung. That's being certain. Stung or aporia is stung. I can't talk. I don't know. I can't give speeches. Pregnant. I want to know. I want to give birth. Curious and puzzled. Not certain and confident and owning people in debates. Fucking horseshit. Nope. The whole purpose of the development of your soul through the physical world is to become a mind receptive to the rule of the dialectic. You go through the same causes and activity of midwifery to remove your false beliefs, philosophy to perfect your understanding. That activity of understanding, the ideal human functioning of understanding, is called the dialectic. That's the best we can do. That's the greatest we can function. It's making use of our ousia, self-reflection, and logos that we have as human beings. The art of understanding is called the dialectic, or functioning as our ideal cause or our greatest cause, the meaning of life, to become a master dialectician. So dialectician is the builder that builds with the bricks, or the dialectician does the dialectic with minds receptive to be ruled by the dialectic. If you're a mind and you think you know better, get the fuck out. Get back to reading. And not just reading, but reflecting on and talking about and acting on what you're reading, seeking your highest goals, because only if you are applying what you're reading to your life in seeking your highest goals can you recognize you've got a problem. If you don't, if you accept mediocrity, you can go through your whole life as an ignorant Dunning-Kruger moron thinking you know everything, especially if you grew up in wealth and privilege, if you're not seeking excellence. In other words, you have to be reading in your ideal activity and ideal functioning, applying that to recognize you don't know something. You don't know your true nature of mind, or you are carrying false beliefs about reality. Only then can you become a mind receptive to be ruled by something that isn't your false ideas of yourself. You think you know better, not there yet. You haven't reached your meaning of life as a kind of mind receptive to be ruled by the dialectic. If you are, you're on the seat, you're in the game, you're in the right spot. You can do the dialectic, but as you go through, you have to be reflecting on that process at the same time to realize, holy crap, every time I have a midwife talk or a philosophy dialectical talk, I benefit in a profound way. What the heck is that benefit? As you do that, you are becoming like the dialectician because you're engaging with him through the middle term, the connecting term, the mean cause. You're learning the language of the dialectic because you're going through it, and the more that you develop your understanding, the better you can do it. But also, this is the model for spirituality. It's meditation. It is the paradigm or model of meditation. Why? Because as we said, the dialectic has a downward focus, removing what's false, but an upward focus. As you perfect the dialectic, just as in reading, you realize there is an inherent intelligibility, logos or ousia, so too you realize there is an inherent logos and ousia of mind. That's the spiritual experience. So our ideal functioning of the art of understanding the dialectic is the activity or yoga through which we, according to the text, become receptive to the experience. Let's find it in the book. Participation in the intelligible. Here we go. Anyway, we read it about 20 minutes ago. Look at the vlog. So, by doing our meaning of life functioning to function as a dialectician, you are preparing yourself to know ousia and understand logos, or together intelligibility, mind. The model or paradigm of mind. By the way, that intelligibility of mind is called wisdom. That's what wisdom is. But also we recognize, hang on a second, it is itself the language of a higher thing. Just as the model of logos is the language of the dialectic on the higher level, so too do we recognize the paradigm we've been using in the dialectic is the language of self. Therefore, once we recognize that, we're at the highest functioning of mind. On the level of mind, the final cause, or that for the sake of which, to become the ideal mind is to be pregnant, stung, curious about the self. What is the self that this dialectic came from? And not only that, we got to experience a profound, beneficial goodness, providence. So if this is the language of the self through which we get all this amazing care and benefit, we are curious about two things. What is that self, and why is its nature providence? Caring intelligibility, not just ousia and logos intelligibility, but a profoundly caring one. That's the ideal mind, that for the sake of which, or our ultimate purpose of mind, that for the sake of which we participate in the dialectic. Therefore, if you've reached this level, now we have a different answer to the meaning of life, considering you've upgraded to the next level. So, what is the greatest dialectician that we have access to? Our dream maker. Our dream maker. And by the way, if you recognize this already, that before you do midwifery and philosophy, you start with dream analysis, which will lead into that because that is the greatest guide. So, the ideal mind is to become self, you don't know the self yet, receptive to ruling yourself, not according to what you know or think or have experienced, even in divine luminosity. You are to be ruled by the dream maker. Just as the ideal kind of material soul is to be receptive to be ruled by the logos, leading you to your soul to say, hang on a second, now I'm interested in mind, where the logos came from. So now the ideal kind of mind is to be receptive to be ruled by the dialectic. You're not asking the question, you're not asking the questions, you're answering the questions. You're not carrying your opinions or beliefs. No one gives two fucks about that. That's your problem. You remove your opinions and belief because it's the cause of your problem. You develop your understanding in the dialectic as well. A and B. A, perfecting your understanding. B, removing your beliefs. Which means you can't be ruled by your beliefs, which means you have to be receptive for learning. What's the guide? Hey, you can't be a master mechanic if you're an apprentice. If you think you know better, you have to, the ideal apprentice is to be receptive to the ideal master. That's the soul to the logos, that's mind to the dialectic. As you go through that, you experience the language of self as the model or paradigm, which is also, you've reflected on the activity and realize this is the thing that's benefited you in your life, the only real thing that benefits you in your life to the highest degree. So now you're curious about self and providence. Now you are a self, gone from soul to mind to self, receptive to rule by what's the highest expression of self, the highest expression and mastery of mind is the dialectic. The highest expression or mastery of the soul or virtues is the logos. That's why we read. Therefore, the mind is to be receptive to the master of mind, the dialectic, as its ruler, as the apprentice to the master. The ideal receptive material self is receptive to the rule of what's the highest functioning with the highest mastery of self, through which it provides the greatest providence. Not just applying the dialectic in mind, but creating whole universes 5, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, depending on how long you've been sleeping, every hour and a half, 2 hours. For 8 billion people, plus all the animals, for all time, plus all the other planets. So not just using the language of the dialectic in communicating through dreams, but generating instantly dreams. Therefore, the logos and ousia, the knowability and understandability of the paradigm of self is even more profound than that of mind. That's what you're ruling your soul, yourself according to. Now, the ideal self, or the meaning of life, is to be the self receptive to ruling yourself according to the dream maker, allowing you to participate in the greatest human activity we can engage in. So you said, well, didn't you say that the greatest activity was to read? Yes, at that level. But then didn't you say that the greatest activity that you read is to in order to reach is to do the dialectic? Yes, but the greatest kind of dialectic is dream analysis. Therefore, the true answer to the question is the greatest functioning cause or instrumental cause or doing cause that we can be on this planet as a living being is to engage in dream analysis as a midwife or dialectician of dream analysis to ourselves and others. Through the ideal activity we can engage in dream analysis and reflecting on the dream maker. You got to do both. Just as down here, you're doing philosophical and you're doing midwifery and philosophy and reflecting on the dialectic. Remember? So this would be the activity or logos, and the reflecting on it as a whole is ousia. Again, ousia, logos, all the way through. Those are the two things. understanding and knowing, ousia and logos, doing the activity and reflecting on it reflecting on the dialectic itself, doing the parts, reflecting on the whole. See the two all the way through? Reflecting on dialectic as a whole, because only if you do that, which is of course logos, sneak that one in, logos and ousia, in the activity term, only then can you give rise to the curiosity about providence, care, benefit. Do I benefit from the dialectic? Is there some sort of caring that I participate in when I participate in the dialectic? Must there be therefore some principle behind the whole thing called providence? These are the questions that come to light or give birth to or midwife through the dialectic activity as our greatest activity of mind. Therefore, eventually you become a mind pregnant, or a mind pregnant about the self, both its essential nature that has the language of the dialectic and its providential nature as well, the cause of mind and the goal of mind. So ideally, self being ruled by your dream maker. Can you imagine telling a regular person off the street? Most people think they already know, so they're not even an open and receptive soul. Most people haven't recognized that there is such a thing as mind. So why would they be an open receptive soul without going through those 5 first causes, interested in doing the activity of the dialectic if they don't even know that there is an inherent understandability in reality? I thought everything was just beliefs and opinions, bro. What do you mean a dialectic? And why would they be interested in the dream maker if they think they know what the self is? And they think their idea of self is better than the profound dream maker. So we can step back and say, hang on a second, if we have to go through all of them, we could say maybe the activity of dialectic on a soul that's most receptive is the mean term through which we communicate with the greatest functioning of self, of the dream maker. Or, to express it in a different way, self communicates through the activity or language of mind to our soul, or selves. So what's the meaning of life? To become self-curious, to be ruled by the dream maker. That's a kind of that doesn't sound like the meaning of life. That sounds like a precondition. Yeah, and by the way, there are 10 steps of preconditions leading up to that, so you're right. All right, answer me properly. What's the actual meaning of life? What do you mean? Well, okay, let me answer a different way. We wake up in this video game called life. What should we be doing? Should we be saving the princess? Should we be stomping turrets? Should we be collecting souls to defeat the Lord of the Flame in Dark Souls? Should we be hunting zombies in Resident Evil? What should we be doing? What's our purpose in terms of an activity? Dream analysis and reflection on the dream maker is the answer. That will mean nothing to anybody who hasn't gone through all of these stages yet. But for us, 113 maybe episodes into this book, that's where we are in the text, because this book is a goddamn motherfucking banger. Holy crap beans. I say it, but Jesus Christ. This isn't just me saying, well, I believe it's the meaning of life. Look at how much work we've done over the last week to bring all the pieces, and over the last few months to get to where we're at. To the point where it's not a belief, it's a demonstratable paradigm of model of understanding that meets with all of the other principles of reality, the principle of analogy, the principle of reflection. We can move sideways, we can see it's complementary, we see the vertical movements, and all of these insights into the principles of reality we're also gaining from the text. Not as a belief, we would have gone over them, we would have missed any of them if we weren't applying ourselves as a open and curious soul seeking to be ruled by the Logos. Only in that have we been discovering 50 episodes ago that there's a dialectic process behind the whole thing. And then another 70 episodes later, we realize even that is just a precondition to participate in the Dream Maker. Even though we read it like 80 episodes ago, the significance have only come to light in the review as we've been doing. So in the text, we've been reviewing these key terms like intelligibility, to see what we read much earlier. Cosmos is providentially intelligible. Now we're getting in the idea of providence. So we could even look for the words of providence. Dreams can be understood as the new dawn of reason. So there's our new dawn of reason beyond even the mind. So as one of the interpreters, as we've said, there are classes of interpreters to truth, Plato, Proclus, and Plotinus did a lot of work on the dialectic, but they never reached the higher level. What does that even mean? What's the thing all the way through the text that Socrates has been saying that was missed by Proclus, by Damascius, by Dionysius, by Plato, by everyone? Dreams. Dreams. Therefore, the new dawn of reason, the new age of man, is to recognize that dreams are personally meaningful, and it's through dreams that all human beings can ascend to the intelligible, because dreams disclose the secrets of reality. Dreams are the bridge to the most sacred way of understanding. When people seek meaning in dreams, their way of being is enhanced. They awaken a common spirit that brings into being a culture of mind. That's our evolutionary purpose, a new way of being that unites all human beings, that allows everyone to be open to the most profound levels of soul, mind, and self. That's our highest purpose, according to the book. The principles of midwifery, the middle term, the dialectic, are like a shadow of the intelligible principles. So even the middle term is not the ultimate. Along the way, there's a learning that the dialectic is actually the language of the dream maker. We read this at page 74. We had to read to page, like, what are we up to? 74 here. We had to read to page 203 and spend a week of episodes reflecting on everything we read up to 203 before we saw the significance of page 74. Isn't that amazing? Have I mentioned this book bangs? Fuck me. Pretty cool stuff. Speaking of 74, what did we just see? Along the way, there is a learning that the paradigm and principles of dialectic and midwifery is the language of the dream maker. This kind of reflection is present in our midwifery and dreams that naturally turns us back upon that from which it derives its own existence. Clearly, the similar dynamic that midwifery reflects is an imitation of the reversion upon that which we have derived the source of our very existence. So as we go through midwifery in the dialectic, we are doing a kind of imitation of the higher functioning of where we derived our existence, the self. Therefore, the self seems to be functioning through the language of dialectic in the ultimate form the dream maker. Now, that's one answer to your question. Here's another one. I'll just read the text. The art behind the ability to surface an unsuspected problem that we want to get rid of because it causes our problems is a spiritual knowledge that benefits and nurtures the soul. We call the maker of dreams the dream maker. After we bring to light these profound dreams, we often burn an incense to honor the maker of the dreams. Notice, we do the dream analysis and then we reflect on the dream maker too. It is from these kinds of reflection, both logos and ousia, the parts and the whole, that we can say we are a part of a caring and intelligible cosmos. So there's the idea of providence, not just logos and ousia anymore, but caring. The two ideas together, providence. Just as intelligible as ousia and logos, understanding and knowing, all part and whole. Wisdom when applied to the mind. When applied to the self, it ain't wisdom. Something else. You don't have a word for it. Maybe there's one word for it that's come up once or twice. Maybe phronesis. Or maybe providence is good enough. Because no, providence is different. It's the caring nature of the intelligibility, the two together, caringness and intelligibility, that's providence. So we can realize through dream analysis we are part of a caring and intelligible cosmos that we can participate in and become in union with. So, here's a different answer to your question. What's the dream maker? Well, I said, seems to be that which is the most profound dialectician. Another one. Perhaps the functioning of self is another one. It's that for the sake of which we go through the development of our soul through the virtues and reading. We go through the development of our mind through the dialectic and midwifery. We go through the highest kind of dialectic dream analysis so that we can participate in the through being a self receptive to be ruled by the dream maker in the activity of dream analysis and reflection on the dream maker after or during and after the dream analysis. With the dream analysis midwife, we can participate in that's terrible. We can button's not down. Participate in what's the words? Caring and intelligibility. Caring and space. Move this one over. We can participate in caring and intelligibility. Is there logos and ousia, or wisdom? Is there caring, or providence? As someone interested in self, seeking the truth of self, as the soul being ruled by the logos does so because he seeks the truth of soul, as mind being ruled by the dialectic seeks the truth of mind, so too the self being ruled by the dream maker seeks the truth of self. In doing so, we participate in the highest or ultimate kind of caring and intelligibility, through which we can know the intelligibility of self. As the model, know thyself is the quote. Ousia and logos of self. And that we get by functioning in dream analysis. That's our greatest functioning. What's the greatest thing we can do on our planet? Become a dream analysis midwife. What's the greatest activity we can participate in? Dream analysis and reflection on the dream maker after or during. What's the best kind of self we can be to be receptive to that process? To be focused on the self, receptive to dream, to be ruled by the dream maker. What's the point of it, the whole thing? What's our purpose? What's that for the sake of which? You've heard of NSFW, not safe for work, but here is TFSW.
You just attacked my person. You just harmed my body.
Come on, the joke wasn't that bad.
Like literally suck my dick, dude.
Okay. Fair enough. TSFW. That for the sake of which, or the first and final cause, which seems to be to, so we can participate and become in union with. Dreammaker. Which brings the question, if this is providence, what the heck is the relationship between our dream maker and the self? Such that we wanted to be ruled by the dream maker as the ideal receptive self. Well, we can look at that down here. If we were to be ruled by the logos, we became the ideal soul. Which was one who was aware of and ruled by the dialectic. To be the ideal receptive mind is to be ruled by the dialectic, allowing us to master the greatest functioning of mind, the dialectician. The model of mind. So it's the ideal of mind. The ideal self is to be receptive, to be ruled by the dream maker. Allowing us to master our ideal functioning as the dream analysis midwife. To know the model and become the ideal self. Therefore, same question. Why is the ideal self, why is the best self or the receptive self? Ooh, what's that mean? New followers! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hooray. Whoops. Good job.
I'm always good, and that is what I stand for, being good all the time.
That's you. You're good all the time, and because you followed. Wow.
Wow.
So, the most virtuous soul to be ruled by the logos, which is the ideal soul. Wisdom. Why? The virtue of wisdom is to be ruled by the soul at all times. Justice. To be ruled by the logos. The ideal mind is that which is receptive to the rule of the dialectic, or the ideal receptive cause. Why? because you gain mastery of your mind if you're ruled by the dialectic, because the dialectic is the ideal functioning of mind, using the inherent nature or ousia and parts, understanding, logos of mind. And that leads you to realize, hey, there is even a cause of that, of mind, self. Therefore, the best kind of receptive material cause, 5 causes, remember? So, not the best kind of material cause for building a house is wood and bricks that can be worked with. Not ruling themselves, the bricks aren't in charge. They are receptive to the activity of being built. Following the rule of the builder, who is guided by the builder, who is following the blueprints. Therefore, if we are receptive to the dream maker, the ideal functioning of ourselves is to be a dream analysis midwife, following the ideal model of self, the intelligibility of self, know thyself, in the ideal activity of dream analysis and reflection on the dream maker. That is our greatest activity, our ideal activity, because that allows us to share or participate in caring intelligibility called providence. And that for the sake of which, not safe for work, but that for the sake of which, our purpose is to therefore unify with the dream maker, which means that the dream maker must be the ideal nature with the ideal model or paradigm, with the ideal function, doing the ideal activity on the ideal bricks or receptive selves, the people who pay attention to their dreams, and not only pay attention, but live their life according to the instruction and rule by the dreams. The ideal self is, according to this model, the dream maker. Does that answer your question about what the dream maker is? That to which we unify with as the ideal self, that which we know as the model it uses to know thyself, and that which we participate in providence from by doing dream analysis and being ruled by dream analysis. There's our question. It might not be satisfying. I hope not. I hope it's just puzzling because it's a question mark. What the heck is the relationship, therefore, between self and dream maker, considering unifying with the dream maker seems to be that for the sake of which we do everything, as the best kind of soul to be ruled by logos, the best kind of mind to be ruled by and functioning through the dialectic, and the best kind of self to be ruled by and functioning through dream analysis. There we go. Holy fuck beans. Holy fuckity fuck beans. Holy fuckity fuck. Dear God, what a banger this book is. Right?
1 million viewers and probably 4 trillion. 4 bajillion viewers.
I hope so.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You are crossing into new boundaries.
Wow. We are brave and we're not unwell. We're crossing into new boundaries. Dear God, today was a big one. I wasn't planning on a big stream. 4 hours and 15 minutes. Or 4:30 if you're watching it live. Holy crap. What's the implications of that? Direct your soul's physical activities according to the rule of the logos. Use your mind using the structure of the... See that middle term, use your mind according to the structure of the dialectic. That's easier to stomach. Because that's how we're reading. That's how Socrates is talking. That's why the book's such a goddamn banger, is because Socrates is using the dialectic. And don't we want to be wise like Socrates? Imagine talking to King Jesus, the king of the believers, and being able to help him go through a learning about the significance of understanding and the problems of belief. Imagine if he had that conversation prior to his Jesus beliefs overtaking his life and causing his tragic demise. Wouldn't we want to be like Socrates? We're smart people. We love understanding. We want wisdom. We want to know and understand the nature of self and reality and be our ideal selves. So, of course, if dialectic is simply the art and skill of using understanding or thinking, using your capacity to reflect or think and language or understanding, then of course we want to always think through the dialectic. And the author uses it, we've seen it all the way through. The dialectic is the structure of the text. And we've even seen it in paragraphs. But also, it's by applying the dialectic to it that we discover the hidden questions that normies might not have recognized. Like normies who watch Christopher Nolan movie. They won't get all the real questions. Think, oh, that was nice, and lots of shapes and colors, that was fancy. No, there are questions hidden you can only see if you pay attention to. But also, it's what helps people. It's the only thing that helps people, because it's the excellence of mind. So, to live your life in as a physical soul, to be ruled, to be desiring the mastery of the Logos, to be seeking the truth of the Logos in everything you do and have the courage to do that, to be ruled by the Logos with wisdom at all times. I can imagine how that would be like, oh, all times? What about just when I read? Surely not all times. What about when I'm making love? No, we talked about that. If you're not speculating and being ruled by the Logos, remember, love and Logos, the ideal relationship, you're going to be adding fuel to your fantasies. What are fantasies? It's still a dialectic, it's just a shit one. You're not being ruled by the Logos, you're being ruled by the Pathologos, you're adding more fuel and energy to your false images, beliefs, problems. That's fantasy. So maybe it's getting easier for us to acknowledge, oh yeah, okay, to be the ideal soul is to always be speculating about the Logos and to be ruled by the Logos. Okay, harder, but the next level, the ideal of mind, that all of that guiding your soul is to get you on the seat of a midwife talk, get you in the chair. The ideal mind is to be ruled by the dialectic, either receptive when you're learning or as the doer. Like your ideal is to become a dialectician. Doesn't he just see through? His mind sees through and functions through the dialectic. It's also what opens us up to the model. First of all, that's the easiest one, because we want to be as awesome and clever and helpful and friendly and caring as Socrates. We want to be as brilliant as Plato in his books and Pierre Grimes in his works of art. And also, we kind of want to experience the bliss of knowing ourselves as eternity, seeing as dialectic is therefore the model of meditation. It's what allows us to go from the activity cause, the dialectician, to the model or paradigm cause, the model of the dialectic, the Logos and ousia of mind. So, the conclusion, the ideal mind is to be ruled by the dialectic. Yeah, tick, that's the easy one. But the last one, the ideal receptive mind is to be ruled by the dialectic, but you're only receptive until you get there. When you're functioning through, your mind is being ruled by the dialectic. So yeah, obviously. And it's the model. Making use of the model and preparing yourself to experience it. And it leads to the most important question. If you do a dialectical exploration of beauty, being, beauty itself, justice itself, providence itself, you will realize all of them has we're wondering about beauty itself because we see beauty as adjectives, a beautiful puppy, a beautiful streamer. That's the joke I make.
Big boobs, huge, massive tits.
Thank you. That is why I'm beautiful. Thank you, Oracle. Nonsense. Come on.
Honestly, on the real, I say stuff like that because I'm cool.
And I'm cool too. I agree. I'm not doing that. Right. So we apply the dialectic to, in our upward moving, beauty itself, because we see a beautiful thing, a beautiful streamer, a beautiful puppy. We want to know what beauty itself is. Same thing for the idea of justice, any idea we're interested in. That's the elevation or the perfection of our mind. But then using the dialectic, you can realize, hang on a second, beauty itself, justice itself, whole itself, part itself. They're all being used. They all have their own adjective. Like beauty was an adjective to begin with. Meaning, to use your mind, have your mind ruled by the dialectic, not only allows for your participation in benefit, allows from you solving your problems and having insights, allows you to have your ideal functioning of mind through the dialectic, is the preparation for the experience of bliss or beauty itself. But it also leads you to an even deeper question about its cause, the self itself. So it's win, 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 win all the way through.
It's a win, 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 win.
Cool as
a cuke.
And because we've been reading together.
I'm always good, and that is what I stand for.
We definitely are not born.
This guy had to.
Cool as a cuke.
No one seems to be.
Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together.
Because I've been, honey, holding your hands, all my viewers, and reading together. It's the nonsense sound drops that keep me going. So yeah, have your mind ruled by the dialectic, easy win. But the implications for the next level, to have yourself ruled by the dream maker, that's, I can imagine for a lot of people, that can be a tougher pill to swallow. Requiring everything you've worked in ruling your soul according to Logos and getting all the benefit that you got. Worth it. Ruling your mind by the dialectic and all the benefit you got. Worth it. Only in bringing those two experiences, life experiences, evolution, learning, growth to the table, can you be ruled by your dream maker in a society that have lost and have ignorant false beliefs about the nature of your dream maker. You have to take all, it was worth it for mind, it was worth it for soul. Could it be worth it to have yourself ruled by the dream maker? The text and Socrates is saying, by the way, that's how we participate in the greatest providence. It's the greatest it's how we participate in our greatest activity, how we can perfect the greatest art, the use of mind on receptive souls with the greatest art, you, the dream analysis dialectician or midwife, which is itself an imitation of our receptive cause, selves or souls that are receptive to dream analysis, using the dialectic as our activity, as our greatest functioning, the dream analysis, midwife, or dialectician, dream analysis, which we saw in the text. We are part of a caring cosmos, and you see this most directly through dreams. It is a personal way to bring people, there's our receptive souls, to see that they participate in mind, that's the activity, cause, seeking to know the mind, to master the dialectic themselves, and the ultimate mastery of the dialectic is use in dream analysis as our ideal functioning cause. That's the idea of participation, alien to theistic beliefs. Okay. But the principles of midwifery are a shadow of the intelligible principles. So therefore, dreams are the bridge to a most sacred way of understanding. When people seek meaning in dreams, their way of being is enhanced and they awaken a common spirit that brings culture of mind. Who can say man cannot ascend to the intelligible if dreams disclose its secrets? There's the idea that even doing dream analysis, we're imitating the dream maker. Let's find imitating. Imitating. What? Imitate. Okay, so by the way, as we've been saying, each of these categories have its opposite, that's in opposition. And this is the idea of, so as the ideal intelligibility and caring is the providence of the dream maker, so too our problems are the child seeing what it means to be knowing and caring from the appearance of a parental figure appearing to be noble, when they're actually ending your own natural beauty and freedom. The parental figure puts an end to that, or the clan will have to deal with that freedom in a way that's unsettling to the family clan way of being. That way of being becomes taboo. The state of mind that accompanies it is linked to it is also forbidden, making the false belief appear to be true. So there's a false idea of providence and knowing. We have to also recognize that. Here we go. The principles of midwifery are shadow, as it were, of the intelligible principles. Is the avenue through which further insight to this higher source can become available to us. Along the way, there is a learning of the language of the dream maker. It's this kind of reflection that is present in both our midwifery and dreams that naturally turns back upon that from which it derives its own existence. Naturally makes you curious about the dream maker that was the source of your profound dreams. Clearly, this similar dynamic that midwifery reflects is an imitation of the reversion upon that from which we have derived the source of our own existence. So, and not only is it the source of our benefit, it's where reality comes from. So, in doing dream analysis as the midwife, we are imitating the source of existence. The dream maker. But the dream maker uses the model intelligibility, or the logos and ousia of self. So ultimately, we have those 5 causes. We have the soul that's receptive as our material cause. The dialectic activity as the activity cause. The dream analysis dialectician as our highest functioning cause. The knowing of the self, the knowing and experiencing, the understanding and knowing of the logos and interior self is the model cause or the paradigmatic cause. And that for the sake of which we have the model, we know the self, we function through the ideal of mind, through the ideal activity of the dialectic on ideal physical beings or souls, giving us the dimension of the physical, the mind, and the triad of self. Is that for the sake of which, or the first and final cause? So, the ideal of expression of those, therefore, to become a self receptive to being ruled by your dream maker, meaning every day if you can, ideally if you have a friend or a partner in your life who's on this quest, good heart, good head, get yourself a girl who can do both. You could do it every day. You could be participating, therefore, in the ideal human activity as the ideal receptive self, perfecting yourself through that activity, dream analysis and reflection on dream analysis on the dream maker, learning the ideal functioning that selves our excellence, our ideal excellence, the ideal application of mind, the ideal application of the excellence of mind, the ideal application, therefore, of the dialectic, preparing you to know the self, which is the model, and all of those together to unify with the ideal. Not just knowing the self, not just functioning, not just the activities, not just being on the most receptive, but to unify with the dream maker, the ultimate purpose of man. Or, as expressed in the text, man as a whole is part of the struggle to know the self. What's that? The ultimate paradigmatic cause, the ousia and logos of self. Beyond even the ousia and logos of mind. It's a cosmic dance of meaning. Well, there's our activity cause. That's the dance. Who are the dancers? The dream analysis midwife and the dreamer. And what happens? The cosmic dance. There's our triad. The dreamer, the dream, the midwife, the dialectician, the dream analysis dialectician. To know the self, there's our paradigmatic cause. Ends, there's an ends, there's a final cause, when there is nothing left to learn, and the race of man ends, that for the sake of which, final cause, in a state no longer of man, but that to which he has joined himself.
I will hand while we read. Honey, I will hold your hand while we read together. No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing boundaries.
Making ice cream is a good and courageous thing.
And she spit on him also.
And she spit on them also. Completely unintelligible sound drops. By the way, therefore, first and final cause, the race of man ends when he is no longer of man, but that to which he has joined himself, or What? Unification? Damn it. Okay. We already read it in the text. It's on the board. Let's find it again. Union. Okay, union's the word. So, the dance, these three causes. To know the self, the paradigm. So that we reach our final cause, it ends when we join with or in union with its source, the source of providence, Dreammaker. Dreammaker. Therefore, do you think it's worth reflecting on the maker of your dreams if it turns out to be the ultimate or first and final cause, our ultimate purpose? In the end, destiny in the highest proper sense, the destiny of the human race? Does it make you wonder about the maker of your dreams? Does it make you curious? The race of man ends no longer as the race of man, no longer of man, but that to which he has joined, or there's going to be lots of unions, isn't there? Here we go. The unicity of the intellect, the dialectic, strives for union with the one itself. Love is our motivation because it's a desire to participate in what's most beautiful most fully. For love is the desire for the beautiful and the good. So you can be a desire for union with the dream maker or the self or the one or the good. The highest kind of beauty in both its nature and functioning maybe inspires you. So remember the quote? We're in a cosmic dance. The dancing, your dream. The dancers, the dreamer, the midwife. To know the self, the model, Usia and logos of self. And it ends, that for the sake of which you have all of those things. So you're not just knowing the self. You're not just knowing the self. You've also got an activity. You've got the dance. In other words, we had to go through this huge process to return to the source. Why? Because you bring back it with you an art, a dance, a functioning. Therefore, to no longer of man, but to unify that to which it has joined, or the art. Art is the skill and mastery that benefits, is the ability to surface an unsuspected problem in the receptive souls or minds or selves. It's a spiritual knowledge that benefits and nurtures. There's our providence. We call the maker of dreams the dream maker. After we bring to light these profound dreams, we then reflect on the maker of dreams. Burn an incense stick and reflect on, hey, now we know why we're so interested. If it's the self, if it's our purpose, if that's what we join with, if it's the true self and functioning and art of the self, maybe you were curious about it now. And maybe if it's the most profound and beautiful and good thing, maybe we would love it and desire it and inspired to know about it and inspired to listen to our dreams and talk about it with our best friends. It's from these kinds of reflection that we can say we're part of a caring and intelligible cosmos that we can participate in and become in union with it. The race of man ends when he is no longer of man, but he has, joined? Okay. Forget it. I always forget that one. Find it again. The race of man ends in the state. It's a state. The state of the dream maker. No longer of man. Nope. The dream maker now. But that to which he has joined himself. Or the ultimate cause or the purpose or the first and final cause, or that for the sake of which union with the dream maker, with a knowing of the self, participating in the greatest dance, that of caring and intelligibility or providence. Holy fuck beans. Did I mention this book bangs so hard? Oh my goodness. Give me a drop.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
I thought so.
Honey, I will hold your hand. I'm always good. And that is what I stand for, being good all the time.
And that's us. We're good all the time.
Hey man, wouldn't some kind of future where people have all their whatever basic needs met of shelter, all this
Yes.
crap, and they could do whatever the hell they want, wouldn't that be good? No,
Yes.
it wouldn't.
What?
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
You have the brain of a child if you think that, R.M. Brown. And that's what we're working on, of course. For ourselves, personally, individually. And by the way, wouldn't the way in which we're able to help people meet all their needs and solve their problems and reach their highest excellence, we can't force them. Would the highest kind of functioning be some sort of helping them give birth to their own understanding and insight, logos and ousia? Would that be the art of the dialectic? Now imagine if you had not just do a dialectic with them based on their own reading or reflection on their problems, but you actually give them a text. And reading can be hard. You give them a movie. You give them a movie that's not just for everyone like the text we read, but it's a specifically crafted movie that reflects in every single moment, scene, thought, word, state of mind, exactly what they would need to look at and wonder about to participate in the divine providential care. And if they do, they have the material needed for the activity of reflecting with you, the dialectician, in a way that helps them meet their excellence and ideal state of mind and being, to reach their final purpose, to know the self with that art in their back pocket too. Therefore, if we're talking about helping people, wouldn't that be the ultimate or ideal? And wouldn't we call that the dream maker? I wonder. Thank you so much for joining me. It was a big stream today. Oh my God, almost 5 hours. I didn't expect that. Wow, 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 wow. Owen?
Wow. 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 Wow.
Holy crap beans. Fuck me. Whew. Amazing. Amazing. This book's a goddamn banger. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. It's a banger. It bangs so hard. Holy crap. Are you curious about the dream maker? Are you ready to be a self to be ruled by it? Or do you have to go through the soul first to be ruled by the logos, the virtues? Do you have to be at the level of mind first to be ruled by the dialectic? Wherever you're at, I hope you're wondering and you stay in the game and you keep up with those virtues and you keep wondering about the dialectic, and maybe even you get a bit curious about the dream maker. Imagine that. Imagine a soul being ruled by the dream maker. Amazing. And our final goal to unify with it through knowing the self and mastering the mind and being able to function in the greatest art towards all souls every night, every way, every possible way, no matter where they're at. Sounds pretty ideal to me. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you had a good ride. I hope you're having fun. We still have more to read. Oh my God, what's going to happen next? Can you believe it? Thank you so much. And if you want to support the channel, you can donate. There's a big help, and there's a link below. You can find a PDF copy of the text as well below. And yeah, thank you so much for joining me. And I hope to see you in the next one. Why does that button never work? Got it. See you in the next one. Bye.